conference is being recorded.
Good evening, this is Russ Tanner from Global Skywatch, and it is August 5th, 2013, and this is Global Skywatch Radio. This is Monday Night Live. Every Monday we have a meeting, and we stream this live on our live stream account. You can learn more about this at globalskywatch.com/live. We do this every Monday night at 5:30 Pacific Time, 8:30 Eastern Time, and you can listen at new.livestream.com/Global Skywatch. So please join us every week. Tonight we're going to be talking about some very interesting things. We have a very interesting subject, and we have a special guest with us as well who's going to help clarify this interesting subject. Many of you probably seen our ads on the Facebook page or the Wigio notification. Just want to make sure that you all understand that the content that we show tonight is going to be deep. We're going to do some in-depth analysis. We're going to talk about some deep subjects. It's going to be a very interesting evening. Let me cue up something that I want to show on the screen and let everybody know that all of the information we show, all the video and audio we show is for fair use. There is no profit involved in this. So please take note of that. The first thing I want to do is let you know that also every Saturday, Dane Wigington, Richard Sachs, and myself are on Geoengineering Watch Radio. You can join us at ucy.tv. That's Saturday at 3 o'clock Eastern, 12 noon Pacific Time. And we talk about the details, the in-depth discussion we have about geoengineering. So please join us every week there. You can also visit our Global Skywatch website. On our Global Skywatch website, we have a lot of information. We have resources for activists. We have a nice community there that doesn't have all the caveats of Facebook. So if you'd like to be part of that community, it is growing and has grown steadily. We have over 350 visitors a day typically. These are unique visitors. And you can also join our Facebook group, which is called Chemtrails Global Skywatch, which is on Facebook. We invite you to join that group. That is a very dynamic, very active group. 24 hours a day you can go on there and people are on talking about this important subject. The one thing I want to say before we get started with our special guest is that 2 weeks ago I posted a message on our Global Skywatch Facebook group that I am concerned because we're having a big demonstration on the 25th of this month. There's a global awareness demonstration for geoengineering, and this is a fantastic thing, and I'm very happy about it. I did mention a couple weeks ago that I was concerned because I believe we're going to break down so many doors and get so much publicity through this event that the powers that be may try to invoke, try to have some kind of interesting event that may hinder, get in the way, or distract from the essence of what we're doing. Lo and behold, a couple days ago now, we have CNN talking about all of the embassies shutting down, some kind of possible threat on a very large scale, travel alerts all over the place. And when I saw this, I'm like, told my friend and business partner, I said, well, here we go. This is what I was thinking might happen, because they do not want this information getting out. We've got a really interesting show tonight. I like to call this a meeting because it is a meeting. You can call into our call-in console and you can usually speak with our guests, and I really enjoy that aspect of it, and I want people to participate. So if you want information and the numbers for calling in, there are international phone numbers as well. Go to globalskywatch.com/live and look at the left sidebar. You can find the international phone numbers there. You can find the upcoming shows there. I do want to mention in 2 weeks we have Clifford Carnicom coming on with some very interesting information that his office wants to share with the public, and I really look forward to that. They contacted me about a week ago and wanted to get some airtime, so we're going to have them on. So look for that in mid-August here. Go to globalskywatch.com/live and look at upcoming events for the dates, times, and the call-in number. Before we get into this too far, I do want to talk with our special guest right off the bat. I've never spoken with our guest before today, and I'm really honored to have him here. I'm going to let him give details about who he is so you can be introduced to him if you don't already know. But I'm just very honored to have Scott Stevens here tonight. Scott, are you there?
I'm here. I'm here. Glad to be with you this evening.
Well, thank you. I'll be honest with you, I've never heard of Joe Rogan before. And before we get into that subject, which I so look forward to having you talk about, why don't you tell people who are new, who haven't heard of you or don't know who you are or what you do, why don't you tell them about yourself a little bit, if you wouldn't mind?
Sure. My name's Scott Stevens. I got interested in weather about the time I turned 12 years old. It was a requirement for a Boy Scout merit badge. I was kind of looking through the Boy Scout book, looking for merit badges. And that was one that I looked, as I read the requirements, I thought, I can do all this. This looks interesting. And so after 30 days of watching the local TV and recording forecasts and building instruments, I was kind of hooked on the sky. And then that winter, my parents had bought me a telescope for Christmas, a little Sears 40-millimeter thingy, and I was firmly cemented, looking skyward. And I've been building model airplanes since I was probably 6 or 7. So I had this intense fascination with the sky. I headed into weather. I went to school at the University of Kansas and started work in Topeka while at school. And the jobs just kind of kept coming from there. I did some agricultural forecasting up in Omaha, Nebraska at RFD-TV, which is still on the air, amazingly enough. And then down to KGRH, Tulsa, Oklahoma, where I did the mornings for that NBC affiliate for 3 years. Upstate New York, WRGB, CBS affiliate. I was the main guy. And boy, I learned about winters back there. We've got some winters here in the Rockies, but boy, back east it just goes and goes and goes. And I was glad to get back west, and I've been at KPBI in Idaho, in eastern Idaho, for the last 10 years of my career. And it was in that last probably 5, 6 years, right about 99, 2000, when chemtrails via Cliff Carnicom began showing up in the alternative news stream. And these are kind of curious pictures, but we all know how contrails form. And so I was kind of wrestling with this issue, early on. But it was just, a lot of photography. I did a lot of photography, guys. I probably have, upwards of 2 million pictures. So, people offering to send pictures. I've seen just about everything. And time-lapse photography kind of cemented the deal as to what they were doing up there. I've become, let's just say, accepted the fact that they were geoengineering, that whether they were using Tesla technology via scalar waves, whether it was HAARP via ionization, whether it was infrasound or extremely low-frequency sound waves using to establish a resonance in the atmosphere, I don't know. And it honestly doesn't matter because they're all probably happening at any given moment on the planet. And photography, time-lapse photography really helps tease out how the trails are really the genesis of a change in weather. And these trails, you can see in the time-lapse photography on certain days, trails would come at moments later. Almost simultaneously, clouds would form. And as I would see this day after day, I became convinced that we were dealing with, ongoing, full-time, global geoengineering. And I couldn't talk to my audience at 5, 6, and 10 o'clock about that, and that kind of bummed me out. I couldn't, this is what we're all hungry for when it comes to media, and that is truth. And that is the one thing I was asked not to share. So I think that's kind of appropriate for what's happened with Joe Rogan this last week.
So you were actually asked not to share information about this with the mainstream media? Is that how it worked?
Oh yeah, it was my general manager. He knew I was doing this work. I was so valuable to him as talent, because that's what we are on TV. We're talent. They want you to have degrees and all this other stuff, but if you don't have talent, you're not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So the talent is what they pay for. That's what they buy when they hire somebody. And I was asked specifically not to go down that road. I could talk about anything else, but just not this issue.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I was able to do that for a couple of months, just a couple of months, and then I couldn't. And I couldn't.
Wow. So, I've heard this from a number of different people, and it's becoming main. I mean, we're preaching to the choir. Most of our people
Oh,
who listen.
indeed, it's chorus now.
Yeah, exactly. So, before this last couple of weeks, I've never even heard of Joe Rogan, quite honestly. But I've done some research over this week because I plan on doing this program because I can't stand lies and disinformation. And we're going to tear Joe Rogan's show apart tonight in detail, and we're going to analyze exactly what we see. But I saw you on that show, and I'm very thankful that you were willing to come on. And I've seen your videos before. You've done some tremendous analysis of the trails. Things you've talked about things I've actually never heard from anyone else. Would you like to share what your experience was like on the show?
On the whole, it was a very good experience. The support staff was amazing. I mean, the producers, the story editors, the drivers, the runners, and people that do accommodations. It was first class. And I felt good, going in there and participating in it, especially with how they had treated me, leading up to it. I sent them to McWest. They didn't know who to go for a debunker. I sent them to McWest because, as we were talking about before the show shot, we were going to rip him asunder because he's got no credentials. He doesn't have truth on his side, and so he would be easy to tear apart. And the one chance Mick did get confronted, that he folded when talking about a phased array. He just folded, and that's because he doesn't have the credentials.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a time as we were shooting, Joe. I'm going to back up a touch. Michael Murphy was shot that morning. It was April 16th is when we shot. And so Michael calls me just as I'm getting to the studios, and he's lit up. He's mad because Joe essentially accosted him and confronted him and treated him as a hostile, quote unquote, witness, if you will. And so I kind of had a heads up about Joe from Michael, and at the same time, Michael and I are very different characters, and we interact with people in very different ways. And so my assumption was that I could handle Joe. This was a little bit of a heads up, and I could handle it. And I thought I did a pretty good job. When he diverted and went into a topic other than geoengineering or chemtrails, the Nibiru topic, he just saw a file in one of my folders on the desktop.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was using my computer to display the videos and the pictures that we were looking at.
Right.
And so that gave him this off-topic tangent to go on.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because when he went there, he looked over at whoever, as one of the story editors, one of the producers, and he kind of gave him a confirmation look, something I've done many times, being on air talent, the cameras are looking at you, you can look off screen and convey a message.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he did. And when I left that day, it was good, but that was the one thing that I was afraid of, that they would use that tape, that file, in some non-flattering way.
Not, I presume you probably covered a lot of material. I mean, the portion where you're in is pretty short. I mean, he divides this show into a number of segments, and the segments aren't really all that long. Did you talk a lot? Were you able to talk a lot about your research with geoengineering? Because they edited, it seemed like the time they spent with you was short.
I was there probably 80 to 90 minutes. We were on the roof in the beginning for probably 20. It was a windy day. It was too sunny to do any kind of pictures. And I had suggested a chroma key screen. We go in and we green screen this thing. And that didn't go over well. And they wanted to use an iPad to throw pictures, and then they didn't have one that worked properly with that HDMI cable. So we ended up just using my laptop. And that's just kind of when Joe did what he did. But I was every bit of 80 to 90 minutes with him. So they could have edited a very different way. They just chose not to.
All right, so you're on the roof for about 20 minutes, and then I saw you guys descend down the ladder through the roof. I worked at a theater, and they had the exact same kind of setup. So when I saw you go down, I'm like, oh, I'm familiar with that. So you went down through the roof, and 80, 90 minutes total time. In that 80, 90 minutes, you must have covered a lot of material. Were you able to say the things that you wanted to say?
Largely. And I had, I had the videos, I had the descriptors, I had what I needed to make my case. And it just, Joe wasn't interested in listening. And that's where, as an investigator, he failed.
Mm-hmm.
He failed with flying colors, is he failed to listen.
Well, what kind of evidence did you present to him? Like, what were some of the things you said there that they could have used in their editing?
Well, one of the things that was most important to me was why there are the trails, why the planes are there. And that wasn't brought up. I mean, that's the whole point. They're up there to align these waves that are introduced into the atmosphere to gauge the effectiveness. When you have an atmosphere that isn't moving as a whole, it's been sliced and diced and cut up into small grids, small sections. And these small sections and layers within these sections are all moving in odd ways. They're not flowing with the wind. There's other pulses. There's other waves in there. Some are descending, some are ascending, some are lateral, some are vertical. They're all different orientations, and you have to have these planes flying on these slopes to get these waves introduced into the atmosphere correct, so you can generate the weather that they're desiring. And that's why the trails are there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not evident as to why they're there until you put time-lapse cameras on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that we did get. I did get one piece of evidence, one very nice one in, and they were able to show it. It was the one where the planes all coming in near sunset, and then they're doing the sortie. And there's one spot, one location in the sky that about 6 planes hit within about 6 minutes, and it's significant.
Mm-hmm.
So, if he wants to listen, if he wants to learn, then he needs to come in with a different attitude, and he needs to deploy some aspect of scientific method, which is the unbiased observer. And that's the toughest thing to get a hold of, is an unbiased observer. We're also programmed. We all have belief systems. We're also, quote unquote, educated, but it's impossible to be unbiased.
Mm-hmm.
And so trying to figure out who could at least be remotely unbiased and without an agenda, that's a challenge. That's a challenge. And I don't think there's a lot of media. I talked to a guy last evening who was working for A. Smith and Company, who puts on this Joe Rogan show. And he was in a meeting, and there were 10 items that all the studios were given that, the networks want to see shows on. And geoengineering was number 2. That is the first time it's ever made the list.
Do you know what was number 1, just curiously?
I don't.
Okay.
But off in parentheses was cloud seeding. That was as far as they're willing to take that topic. So we could have done the show the way that you and I would have liked it, but it wouldn't have made the air. It would have been left on the shelf.
Right.
So at least this way we get the topic out there, so that others who have seen the skies and have been remotely curious now have a term to go Google.
Mm-hmm.
So we've made some progress.
Mm-hmm.
Other things will come of this because of simply the injustice that Joe did was so deep. It was so deep and so glaring.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited for what the community is going to respond in kind.
Well, that's good. Okay, so you have would you say 80 to 90 minutes? So you must have conveyed a lot of information during that time. And the only thing that sticks out in my mind is Nibiru. The way it was edited, it was so chopped up and choppy, and he didn't let any of those congruent. Because I know I've seen you talk before, and you're very progressive. You progress from one point to another. Your ideas flow congruently, and they chopped it up so nothing was ever finished. And then the only thing at the end, he brings up Nibiru. So you want to share about that?
Well, there were a couple of instances in the interview where he asks a question and leaves it hanging, or he asks a question and then the reply I give is not to that question. It's to something else that was asked earlier or at another point in the interview. And that happened a couple of times.
So in other words, they edited it so you look like you're responding. They changed your response. You were responding to a different question, but they edited it so it looked like you were responding to a different question than he really asked. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
So the context is not correct.
Right.
And that's, again, you're coloring the flow. There was one thing else. One thing. It's just Billy they brought to Denver to interview Billy Hayes, and he wanted to meet me, to be in contact, because I had met him more than 25 years ago. And at that point in time, when I had just started television in 1987 in Topeka, Kansas, he was telling me about HARP. He was telling me about these technologies and what they could do with weather. And it's funny because he basically said, you blew me off. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I did. I didn't. I was young and dumb and, not aware of potentials, and I hadn't had my awakening yet. I'm pretty sure I blew you off as a crazy person. So we evolve.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just one step in that process, and we'll all evolve from this and be better off because of it.
Okay.
So,
All right. Well, what would you like to speak to how they edited the Nibiru issue? I mean, they took this one little thing and they edited it in such a way where it seems to be one of the most memorable parts. Do you want to respond to that, or what do you want to say?
and it's not that what I spoke wasn't true, as I know it to be.
Mm-hmm.
That information comes from a lead astronomer at the National Optical Observatory in Tucson, Arizona. This person has a red phone in his desk, and this person told somebody that I'm very close to, briefed him on this planet,
Mm-hmm.
and told him about the beings.
About the what? I'm sorry, what did you say?
About the beings, about their character, about the kind of person that people that they are.
Okay.
And so I have no qualms with that. That's something that needs to be addressed.
Mm-hmm.
It would be good for humanity if we knew our history, if we knew our true history,
Mm-hmm.
of our genetics, the history of why we have kings and queens, the history of why we have taxes, the history of why we have a society the way we do.
But you probably feel that the Nibiru issue was, I mean, this is not something you plan on talking about on Joe's show, right?
No, it wasn't at all. At all.
Right. He saw, what's the story again? I mean, how did that come about then?
No, he just looked down on my laptop, which was hooked up to the big screen that we were talking in front of. And in one of those folders, actually it was probably into YouTube, because I had videos up from YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them in the sidebar was Nibiru. So he took it off in that direction.
Okay, now that's obviously a really controversial subject. It's something I'm not very, I'm familiar with it in the sense that I hear about it a lot, but I've never personally studied it much. And it's probably something you didn't want to talk about on mainstream television because it's so.
In the proper context, sure, that's not a problem. Where the setup is correct, and you have authorities on the topic, and you have Sumerian writings, and you have the history, you have the documentation to go into this story. But otherwise, it's wholly and completely irrelevant.
So in a conversation about geoengineering, it's probably irrelevant.
Yeah, it's
okay.
a distraction.
So that's probably why Joe brought it up. He wanted to create a distraction and have something to, in the public eye, make you look incredible.
Because he couldn't fluster me otherwise. That's
right.
why.
Well, you are very composed. I mean, you're a very composed speaker. I've seen your videos, and you do talk in a very step-by-step way. You build up from one point to another. So, I was just I was not surprised that Joe Rogan did this. So when I saw this, I'm like, I was sure that I knew they chopped it up in the editing room and just took away any memorable information that you presented on the editing floor. They threw it away.
There was a lot there, and it'd be nice to have the raw video because we could use it in other things. I would love to have that set up, where I could discuss and describe things on the big screen. Chroma key would be better because I'm more familiar with working in front of that, but screen is a screen is a screen.
Now, are you working as a weatherman now? Is that what you do, or is that history, or what's up?
Once you're blackballed, you're blackballed. That's all there is to it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear that.
That's how the industry is.
Well, you were brave enough to come out. I mean, you stood up for what you believed in, and now you're paying the price for it.
No, I knew the day I wrote my missive that this would happen. I knew it because of who I was. I knew writing, sending that to this blog, urbansurvival.com, is who I wrote to. And it was October of 2004. and it was after Florida had been hammered with hurricane after hurricane after hurricane, and they were littered with geometric signatures, with resonance technology. And it was readily apparent if one chose to look at the clouds.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was, he basically, George here in his daily blog, has anybody seen any evidence of such and such technology in Florida this year? And so I sat with it for 2 days, and one day I came home from work, and I had to write it. So I wrote him a 6-page thing and with pictures and photographs and sent it off to him.
Mm-hmm.
And the next day, I was on the radar.
Gotcha. So you knew what the fallout would be then.
What I didn't know is how long I'd be able to keep my job.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that. I was planning for 3 years, but it ended up being 1. So,
wow.
It's okay. I was bored. I was bored.
And what are you up to now? I mean, how's your life? What's going on?
It's good. I'm in San Luis Valley in southern Colorado. The man who was briefed on Nibiru is my business partner, and we have relocated to this valley because it's a safe zone. And we're located up at 8,100 feet on the west side of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. And so I've got beautiful, 100, 120 mile visibility out of west windows across the San Luis Valley. So I can see these skies.
Yeah.
And then 14,000 foot peaks behind, and with principal in a company, Blue Water Alchemy, where we make ormus. Ormus is crazy for so many good things.
Yeah, what is it that you make? What was that word?
Ormus, O-R-M-U-S.
What is that?
Alchemy. What happens, it's an ancient alchemy, and we take salt from the Dead Sea in particular because it's rich, and then some other ocean salts as well because they'll bring in some platinum group elements. But what's happened on this planet, as we're towards the end of this 26,000 year cycle, that long since the oceans have come inland, that the soils are largely bleached and they're depleted of mineral elements. And so we have essentially a biosphere that's on the verge of collapse because it needs to be recharged. After the Indonesian tsunami in 2004, tens of thousands of rice farmers were pretty much devastated that the water, the inundation of the sea, had pushed so far inland and had left so much salty water behind that they would be unable to make a living, that they wouldn't be able to bring in the rice. The next year, their crops doubled, and that was from a simple inundation of salt water. So at Blue Water Alchemy, to make the ormus, essentially reconstitute salt water. We can use Himalayan salts that are clean, as well as others that are clean and pure salts. There's a stockpile as well. And as you alkalinize the saltwater bath, these elements are then lifted into a monatomic or diatomic state. And as they leave the metallic state and go to the ceramic state, they become superconductors. And it is as that happens, the element iridium, element 77, it'll drop into your DNA, in between your strands of DNA. Gold can go there as well, but there's a lot more iridium. And that element allows for electrons to move along your DNA, not at the 10,000 electrons per second that we're accustomed to, but upwards of 1 million. As the element 44, ruthenium, comes into your body, it can relax and then recombine DNA. And as we're all living in a very toxic environment, it's important that our DNA, that our genetics not drift. We don't want them breaking down because of the pollutants that we're breathing and carrying in our bodies. So this ruthenium allows for our DNA to remain intact, so you can remain healthy.
Now, is this something you market? Do you have a company, or is it, what's your modality of using this?
Well, it can be used. Our preferential way is for people to use it in the gardens because you'll see the dramatic growth. I mean, you'll get twice the lettuce, 3 times the chard and kale, almost twice the potatoes, 2 to 3 times the corn growth.
Really? And you see repeatable results like this?
Over and over and over and over again.
No
You'll
kidding.
get farmers who are using it to grow their alfalfa, say a half a circle. And so the other half a circle that is used or has the ormus used will get an extra cutting. At this altitude, we'll get about 3 cuttings a year. He's getting 4. The cool thing and what excites him the most is the animals are eating 30 to 40% less.
Really?
Their nutrient demands have been met. But that's what we're missing in our food, and that's why when you go to the salad bar, you pick up that tomato and put it on your salad, and then you go to chew it. It's just gross. Vegetables are gross because there's no life in them. These elements are missing, and when these elements are returned to it, the chi, the life force, that sustaining energy can then come into the plants in a way that we haven't seen for thousands of years.
Well, this is very fascinating stuff. I would love, I hope I can get the opportunity to chat with you sometime about this, and maybe we can even do a program on it if it's something you're interested in talking about. But this is really fascinating. I mean, this just kind of must suck you right in. I mean, when you see a benefit to plant growth, I mean, that's a big deal.
Well, and we've got a biosystem that honestly is under incredible stress.
Yeah.
And this is what the planet needs. So I have visions of someday when we're past the age of oil that we can repurpose those super tankers to do this alchemy on the seas and run it up the pipeline, so that we can fertilize this land. We can fertilize these prairies. Bring this Garden of Eden back. This is doable, and it's not that expensive.
Well, that's fascinating. Is this something people can get from you?
Yeah. BlueWaterAlchemy.com.
I was just going to say, share your website and let people know about it. Well, that's interesting. I want to study up more on this. I would love to chat with you sometime about it as well. I'm very interested in these subjects and try to keep myself as educated as possible. I do want to, we have a lot of information that I'm going to cover in the remaining part of this show, but I did want to give you your opportunity to come on and talk about your experience with Joe and on Joe Rogan Questions Everything. Are there any final things you'd like to say to Joe or about the show that you'd like people to know about?
No, I'd just like to get a setup to where all of those guests that he had, that we could actually share our stories. Because I think it would be a very fascinating roundtable if we were all to chat for about an hour and a half, 2 hours.
That's a great idea. Boy, oh boy, we could definitely put that together. That would be wonderful.
I think that could be a very potent mix. So,
oh, excellent idea.
Get that together.
Excellent idea. Excellent. Thank you, Scott. Well,
all right.
Well, thank you for being on. I really appreciate it. I am sorry that Joe did that to you and did not present the information in a way that anybody can really utilize. But he obviously, I believe he has an agenda. It's clear, and I know you talked about the production company, but of course Joe's complicit, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. All right. Any final words you want to share with everyone?
Nope. Just keep looking up, everybody. Keep looking up.
Keep looking up. Scott, thank you so much for everything that thank you for your education that you provide on YouTube. You have videos and things out there. And one last plug for your website.
Weatherwars.info and BlueWaterAlchemy.com.
BlueWaterAlchemy.com and WeatherWars.info. All right. You have a good evening. Thanks for coming on with us tonight. I really appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
Okay. All right, everyone. That was Scott Stevens. He was on Joe Rogan Questions Everything. And I could tell, I've seen Scott talk before, and I could just tell that they butchered up every interview that they did. And we're going to talk about that tonight because nothing bothers me more than lies do. Because at every damage, at every harm, at every source of pain, it seems that it's lined at the bottom with a lie, or it begins with a lie. And we see so much of this going on in the world. Think about if the government was not able to lie about geoengineering. How long do you think it would last? Dispelling these lies is absolutely critical. But in the same vein, if you want to do bad things or you want to centralize your power, the first thing you'd want to do is you'd want to control the flow of information, hence mainstream media. And that's what we see happening today. We see the world is replete. Now we have all these mainstream media stations are bought. I mean, I know in Bangor, I live near Bangor, Maine, and Clear Channel back, I don't know, just a few years ago, bought up almost all the AM stations. All of the ones of any consequence were all bought up by Clear Channel. And this is what we see happening. We see this consolidation happening, and we see the same lies being taught. So the only place you can get real news today is alternative media. and on shows and meetings like this where people are not constrained by profit margin or by agendas, but who want to get the truth out, because people like me who suffer, and that suffering, breathing those the geoengineering chemtrails causes me chronic pain, chronic inflammation, headaches. I had a horrible headache for the last 2 hours. I had to take some herbs and try to mitigate it, but they were spraying some nasty stuff here. Now it's a little bit milder, fortunately. But this just drives you to do something about this. But tonight we're going to get right to the meat of the next subject we want to talk about, or the same subject really, but we're going to delve in from a whole different direction. The first thing I want to do is we're going to move fast, so hold on to your seats, because what I want to talk about is lies, and I want people to understand how to dispel and look through and see through the lies. I've been researching, and I know a lot of other people who have researched government corruption. We're not against government. We like government. We just like government to have integrity. That's the important thing. If you're going to have a government, let that government have integrity. And of course, I like a generally small government, because when you have the power in the hands of the people and the people take responsibility for their lives, you don't need big government. But government's there to carry out a few important functions in society, but should have integrity. And that's the important issue. And what I hate is lies, because what happens is you have psychopaths or sociopaths that are attracted to positions of power, and then they congregate in governments. And then when those people get in positions of power, they hire people who are willing to lie to promote their cause. So they bring in more psychopaths or sociopaths, and pretty soon you have the whole government acting like a psychopath or sociopath. There's a movie called The Corporation, which talks about, which does a comparison, in-depth comparison, showing how corporations literally act like psychopaths. They have all of the attributes of psychopaths. And so I recommend, if you can take a look at that. I also recommend, that's called The Corporation. I also recommend another movie called Corporation Nation, which exposes the CAFR, which is the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, which exposes, and this is fundamental. It's a long movie. It's a 3-hour movie. You can see it on YouTube for free. But this movie explains the structure of something. And until you understand the structure, you can't fully understand behavior. And when you watch this movie, Corporation Nation, it helps you to truly understand the structure of what we're dealing with, and it helps make everything make sense. And it helps explain why there are so many lies and what the lies are covering up, but it helps explore the structure. Now, we're going to talk about lies and cover-ups and help you identify them tonight, and we're going to move quickly, because I have pages of notes and I'm going to try to cover all that I can, but I'm going to move quick. I want to first talk about this aspect of lies. This is something I'm very familiar with, is amalgam dental fillings, which contain mercury. That mercury off gases into your mouth. And we all know, who've done our research, that this off gassing has been protected by the government. The amalgam fillings, the use of amalgam fillings has been protected to the point where the dental regulatory agencies actually made it unethical for dentists to say that they believe that amalgam fillings can cause disease. Yet you have people come out who sacrificed their dental licenses years ago, like Dr. Hal Huggins, and you should read the book by him called It's All in Your Head. That was the first book I read on the subject. The day I read that, the 2 days following the day I learned that amalgam fillings have mercury, I took 2 days off work and read that book cover to cover. Dr. Hal Huggins made a sacrifice and told the world, and now tells the world, that over 200 of the most common diseases are related to mercury. And until the world wakes up and sees what's going on, now we've got mercury in the soils. Where is this coming from? It all showed up after geoengineering started. Of course, we have barium and strontium and aluminum all over the place. To have a rainwater test here, we have 6 times more aluminum than is allowed in drinking water by the EPA in our rainwater. So let's get back to it. Let's get right to it and start talking about lies. Here's something about the amalgam issue that I want you to hear. This is something I wrote years ago, and I want you to ponder this as we go into the next phase and we start talking specifically about Joe Rogan Questions Everything and why he debunked geoengineering. Here's the article. Here we go. I realize that what I'm about to present may be hard for some to accept, but I also know that it is only hard because you have not been exposed to the true nature of some of the most powerful people in the world. You, having a normal, kind, hopefully, sympathetic nature, expect that others are like you. But this is where we make our greatest mistake. History is saturated with stories about evil power seekers killing masses of people to gain power and wealth. The American forefathers warned about these people incessantly. They said that we should be constantly aware of those who would attempt to subvert our freedom for their own gain, and that they would also literally enslave us if given the opportunity to do so. Now think about this with an open mind for a moment. We all know that a car can be lethal. If you drive a car at a high rate of speed at a person and then collide with that person, they will likely die. You, the driver, will then be tried and convicted of homicide or some type and be punished or executed. You don't need to be an expert in cars to know and understand that cars can kill. Another example. We all know that arsenic is toxic. Furthermore, we are responsible to know that arsenic is toxic. If an 18-year-old person put arsenic in his parents' tea, they would likely be convicted of a serious crime because they are responsible to know that arsenic is toxic. There would be little chance of pleading ignorance about the fact that arsenic is toxic. Everybody's expected to know this. Enter mercury. By the time we are in high school, we are expected to know that mercury is toxic. If we were to put mercury in our parents' tea and they died as a result, we would likely be tried and convicted of a serious crime because we are responsible to know that mercury is toxic. There would be little chance of pleading ignorance about the fact that mercury is toxic. Now picture this. A medical professional with a medical and scientific training degree decides to put mercury in his parents' tea, and they died. In this case, there would be virtually no chance that the medical professional would be able to plead ignorance about the fact that mercury is toxic for two reasons. Number one, because they are an adult and they're expected to know that to begin with. And number two, because they are a trained medical professional. So even more so, much more so, they should know of the danger and the toxicity of mercury. Now let's go one step further. You are a medical expert and a policymaker. You invent medical methods, cures, solutions for people's ailments. You, as a medical policymaker, decide what is good medical practice. You decide that it is good medical practice to put mercury in people's mouths. You also decide that it is good medical practice to inject mercury directly into the bloodstream of children. You declare this practice a standard and acceptable medical procedure, and you also know that as a result of your declaration, that the country you serve will implement the injection of mercury as an accepted medical procedure, and as a result, medical professionals will be trained to perform this injection of mercury into human bodies on a daily basis countrywide. Now consider the following facts. Mercury toxicity is one of the best known and best studied toxins in the world. The medical literature has a long history of in-depth knowledge about the horrible effects of mercury on the human body. This medical research about mercury toxicity dates back into the 1800s and much earlier, and by the mid-1900s encompassed a volume of information large enough to fill several large books. In fact, not only do doctors know that mercury is toxic, but nurses know that mercury is toxic, and even common everyday people know that it is extremely toxic. The fact is, medical professionals and common people alike are legally responsible to know that mercury is highly toxic. Considering the preceding facts, is it possible to believe that a medically trained policymaker would choose to use mercury for injection daily into the human body without having another purpose or goal in mind? It has been long spoken, albeit not openly, by rich industry leaders that the best way to make money is to create a problem and then secure exclusive rights to or patent the solution. Think tanks have also realized that there are limits to the amount of money people are willing to spend to solve a problem. If the problem is with a person's car, they will be willing to spend a certain amount of money to fix the problem. If the problem is with a person's house, they will be willing to spend quite a bit more money to fix the problem. However, there is one item, one particular machine for which there is virtually no limit to the amount of money a person will spend to correct a serious problem: their body. So, as an example, if you could create a certain type of virus that causes a cancer that threatens the life of the person who has it, and if you could patent the vaccine, then you could sell the vaccine for enormous amounts of money. Victims would gratefully pay whatever you charge. Yes, this scenario would undoubtedly create one of the largest and most powerful industries in the world, that is, injecting foreign substances into the body, pharmacology, and would potentially be used to hold the entire population of the world hostage to your patented technology. The only catch is that you, as the creator of this problem, would have to conceal the fact that you created the problem, and you would be willing to do anything to conceal this fact. Why? Because you know that if your crimes are discovered, you would most certainly be executed. You also know that if your crimes are not discovered, you will become unimaginably rich. You would be willing to falsify, and this is in the context of a psychopath, you would be willing to falsify scientific research through journal ghostwriters. You would gain control of or ally yourself with media outlets by running billion-dollar advertising campaigns to distribute disinformation. You would even be willing to assassinate those who were a threat to you, because after all, if you have so little conscience that you have no trouble engineering such a plan to begin with, then you certainly have so little conscience that you would have no trouble removing those who may provide evidence or information that could have you executed for your crimes. Being painted into a corner as such, by your history of crime against humanity, you have everything to lose and will do anything to protect yourself. To provide another layer of protection, you would most certainly want to coerce lawmakers to create laws that exempt you from prosecution regardless of the damage you have caused. You know that large campaign contributions are an effective way of achieving this. In recent years, it has become apparent that each one of these things has come to pass. And in this article, I have a list of things, including the Biodefense and Pandemic Vaccine and Drug Development Act, the Bioterror and Pandemic Preparedness Protection Act, campaign contributions and prescription drugs, an article that exposes the connection, pharmaceutical/health products long-term contribution trends, and the lawlessness of the FDA, big pharma immunity, and crimes against humanity. These are articles that can be read in this article, linked to from this article. The fact is, as hard as it may be for the normal, hardworking, ethical person to believe, there are people in this world who have no conscience. And these people are almost always those who have grand, self-promoting aspirations of achieving wealth and power. History is indeed replete with examples of just such individuals. Indeed, I have met some. Now, this article goes on in great detail, but what I want to point out in this is that the point of this is that if you're someone who has the power to create a problem and then profit from the solution, and you combine that with having no conscience, you're a very dangerous person. And many people can't relate to these kind of people because most people have a conscience, and they even have a hard time believing these people exist. But America is not young anymore. We are growing up and we are realizing and facing at a rapid rate the replete conspiracies, the crime, the corruption that none of us want to see because it just causes harm and destruction. And we don't want that. As normal people, we want to see people healthy and happy. That makes us happy. Now, what I want to, in the context of that, these medical professionals have no excuse for saying they didn't know that mercury wouldn't harm people when they put it in your mouths, and that it wouldn't harm people when it was injected into babies' bodies. There's no excuse. It's mercury. It's toxic. We know what it does to the body. So why would these people do such things? Because they're willing to allow that kind of destruction to happen for their own personal gain. And we all must face the difficult fact that people like this exist, and they often gravitate towards positions of power, whether that be corporate or government or otherwise. Now, keeping all of this in mind, we have to face difficult things, whether you're American, whether you're listening to this live stream from another country. Most of these countries are being sprayed. People like me, I can smell them and I can taste them. There is no doubt whatsoever. I have lived with this for almost 8 years now, the pain, the suffering, the inflammation. And there's no reason for it. And when the air clears, everything goes away and I become normal again for a few minutes until the next plume comes down and descends upon me. Now, let's talk about the main subject of tonight's show. You may consider some of the things you're about to see as normal broadcast and editing techniques. But in fact, you probably only consider them normal because they are used so often. And you've seen them so often, so you become used to them. You know, think about newscasters who practice their news voices. There's a reason for that. It gives you a sense of security and credibility. And that's what they're trying to sell to you. And I'm not saying the newscaster themselves know the depth of the information or disinformation that they say to you. I think most of them do not understand the depth of it. Some in very high positions may, but that's a moot point. Nevertheless, these things are created this way to lend credibility. Now, we want to talk about why did Joe Rogan Questions Everything turn out to be debunking chemtrails when everybody expected him to tell the truth about it. We're going to analyze this tonight, and hopefully you're going to learn how to watch these things in a completely new way. I also wanted to mention that Scott Stevens did post a video, search for it on YouTube, that actually addresses the same issue where he plays the Joe Rogan Questions Everything's episode 1, season 2, which is the one we're going to look at tonight. And he also explains some of the problems. And so I would encourage you to go on YouTube and check that out. Here we go.
Tonight, Katrina, Sandy, more and more catastrophic weather has been punishing people across the globe. Is it because of global warming, or is our weather being manipulated?
Now, the things I want to point as we go along is I hope, my goal in this is to make you look at things differently. A lot of the things I point out are going to seem like common sense, and it's not going to detract from the value of what you're about to learn. Don't let the fact that you're familiar with some of these detract. Understand that the things that you're about to see are still very, very potent. Now, let me see if I can set this, check, 1, 2, I want to look at my levels. I want to set this to show my whole screen here so that I can correctly adjust timing very quickly because I need the seek slider to be wide. Let's see if I can do this. All right, we're going to go to 14 seconds here and look at something real quickly.
Is our weather being
Here we go. Take a look at Joe's face in this next clip.
manipulated?
Manipulated. We make the face manipulate. He makes the statement manipulated and makes a face with us. We're going to talk about neuro-linguistic programming. We're going to talk about association. One thing that I've talked about in previous shows that I've done, and you've got to understand this if you want to really know what's going on and how this stuff works, is you've got to understand the way that the human mind works on a very basic level. I talked about this before, that in my previous 2 shows, that the biggest vulnerability that people have is emotionalism. Is that if you simply are able to connect the dots of a puzzle logically, you are not vulnerable to what you're going to see tonight. But what you are going to see is that mainstream media uses every mechanism they possibly can to twist, to deceive, to provoke emotion, to use neurolinguistic programming, and most of all, to access your primal mind and set up associations. Association is exposed, for instance, you've probably heard about this in college, Pavlov's dogs. You know, you ring the bell and they drool because they associate the bell with food. That's a simple association. And so what we're going to see is very widespread use of association. We're going to see techniques used by Joe Rogan's production crew and Joe himself being completely complicit with it and participating in it tonight. Here we are with the word manipulation. We're always going to see associations, almost always we're going to see, unless it serves a different purpose, we're going to see the associations drawn between anything conspiratorial, anything that's really has any deep truth or value with something negative. And here we have the word manipulation, whether manipulation is being associated with this growly face that he makes. Now understand, this is editing. This is not a mistake. Everything that's edited in the show is intentional. You can look at a piece of video frame by frame, determine exactly which frame is you're going to cut at and bring in the next set of video. And this is exactly what's happening. And what you're going to see over and over again is you're going to see associations drawn between negative concepts and the words they want to demonize. There's also going to be extensive use of social pressure. Social pressure is more powerful than law. Most people don't realize how they work, how this association works in their mind, and how deep it goes, how it controls so many aspects of your mind. This is the principle that is utilized so much in mainstream media over and over. And once you understand these principles, you start to watch television differently, because I promise you, knowing what I know, seeing what I have seen, I will tell you with no hesitation whatsoever that these principles are used in every television show I can remember seeing in recent history. Every show. They use them all the time, and they are always used with propaganda. Now let's learn. We're going to swiftly move through this, and I hope this is going to be helpful and beneficial for you. So here we have the concept of weather manipulation, and they edit this face right in with it. So here's the subconscious association with weather manipulation with that scary, weird face. It's a negative association. All right, let's go 1 second forward. Here we go.
Should I be terrified?
Okay, there's a phrase, should I be terrified? And one of his guests say, absolutely. Now, they always want to push the claim of fear and paranoia with these subjects. So they're setting up another association between fear and the concepts of weather manipulation, chemtrails, geoengineering, etc., the other things that they talk about. They're always associating fear and paranoia with these things. Why? Because nobody wants to be friends or be accused of being friends with somebody who's fearful or paranoid, because it goes against your sense of pride. It's embarrassing. It's not generally desirable to the person to be around somebody who's paranoid. And so that's where the phrase came about, paranoid conspiracy therapists. They wanted to set an association between the fear and the conspiracy, because they want to drive the public away using social pressure, which is more effective than law at controlling people. All right, let's go ahead and push forward to 24-second mark in this.
Absolutely. We've got the wrong people making very important decisions that affect all of us on this planet.
I want to know what.
Okay, we're going to move towards, I want to know what is going on. Why does he say this?
What the hell is going on?
All right, he says, I want to know what's going on, and then they cut immediately to a face. Now, you would say normally, well, this is, of course, what they would do. They would cut away to a face like this because it shows the emotion of what he's saying. Well, you're so used to these techniques, of course they're going to do that. But why? Joe says, I want to know what's going on because it gives him credibility and it gains trust for the audience. And here is his strong, determined face, because he's going to get to the bottom of the truth. Here's the association that's being drawn.
It's zombie storms. Seriously.
So these people who.
There we have the mention of zombie storms, which is kind of a, whenever you mention the word zombie, it's associated with Hollywood, it's associated with something fanatical, and Joe has a strange look and he looks right at the camera. Another association being set up immediately. Now, they could have edited that so that that has a positive association. But you'll notice that every time anybody speaks who is making an important point for our case, for our side, there's a negative association. And then you'll see in the middle, if you hang on with me, you're going to see in the middle how when they bring the debunker in, they absolutely turn around and everything this person does is good, solid, and scientific. All right? Here we are at 27 seconds. We're not going to go through the whole video like this, so don't worry. We're not going to take that long. But I am going to accentuate key points. All right? We're looking for the next phrase where he says, Mother Nature has been kicking.
Live in Windsor are getting this crazy sound. That sounds like the apocalypse.
It was like the whole house was vibrating.
No one can seem to locate the source of it. Clearly, there is something going on here. The sound builds as it grows.
All right, statements like clearly something is going on here. I'm just going to stop it here. I mean, that's an obvious statement because all these people are hearing this low frequency hum. The whole community hears it. Why make such an obvious statement? Because it shows caring and concern. You're adding credibility. It's the beginning of the show. You want to build up Joe because he's the hero that's going to come in and he's going to do an investigation. So you want to build that credibility, and that's exactly what they're doing. These are all editing and production techniques. These are techniques. Edward Bernays. Look up Edward Bernays and learn the techniques. It's absolutely amazing what they do in advertising to gain credibility and to attract your attention. It's shocking. In fact, in the schools that teach those deep techniques, the subconscious techniques, the retention rate for the students from what I understand, within the first 4 to 6 weeks, I believe, often they have 50% of the people drop out of the class because it is so immoral and it is so shocking that these people can't take it. This is what it's about. And it is not something that most people can handle when you understand what's going on if you're going to be in the production side of it. So watch carefully.
Let's get out of here. Mother Nature has been kicking the crap out of this planet.
All right, why does he make that statement? Because we have seen floods, we have seen drought, we're having all kinds of things happen. So Joe is making an obvious, true statement which gains his credibility and also shows that he cares. So here's the hero complex. We're looking to make this man the hero and make him trustworthy because everything he says is true and you already know it. Now we're going to go ahead to we're going to look for the next, and now we're going to start seeing a flood of negative associations come in. So keep your ears open.
Lately, earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, tornadoes. Many people attribute these disasters to global warming, but some people claim that some.
Okay, you're about to hear him say some people claim. I want you to understand something. Many of you, surprising number of people in the public have no clue about this, but the word claim is always used to discredit someone. So you'll always hear newscasters, you'll hear people in the movies, and you'll hear Joe Rogans of the mainstream media using the word claim whenever they want to associate a false belief with a person they want to debunk. So the word claim is absolutely critically used here, and you'll hear it all the time. You'll hear that the people they want to debunk they make claims, and you'll hear people that they want to support, they have beliefs or they have facts or they have shown, or the evidence has presented. They don't make claims. You'll hear that as a very consistent metaphor that they use, a word that they use and associate in just that way for that purpose. All right, we're at 113 here. Let's let it roll. And understand, he's saying some people claim. Now the word some is used always to marginalize the size of the group. When I worked for a political party years ago, I worked for a small political party which had utmost of integrity. It's one of the most memorable times of my life. These people were incredible people who were trying to change, trying to fix the government and try to expose corruption. Beautiful people, just utmost respect. Some of them were outright political geniuses that I could listen to talk for hours. And what happened in these organizations when I was working with these people is we would have people in the field watching events that took place. Like, for instance, they would go to maybe a rally. Now, if the rally was something that the mainstream wanted to demonize, they would call it an anti-something rally. It would be an anti-abortion rally or anti-something rally. They always use the word anti because it's a negative word. So they like to associate that. And then if it was for something positive, they always, something that the media wanted to associate something positive with, then they would use positive terminology to describe it. But the thing that I saw all the time, and this is what opened my eyes, it took me a couple years to really accept this, because I was very skeptical and I thought everybody was good. Boy, was I wrong. Boy, was I wrong. And this was a long time ago that I woke up and realized this. What I found is that whenever that the party would have people out in the field, and whenever they would have some kind of rally that was for, let's say, for guns, because the government doesn't like the people to have the power of guns. If there were 5,000 people to rally, the media would say there were 750 or 1,000. That happened all the time. They would always skew the numbers hugely to marginalize the effectiveness, because this is another social pressure device, is that people generally follow people. It's just like if you own a restaurant, do not let your parking lot be empty. Park your cars in the front of the parking lot that can be seen from the road, because that's going to attract more people. People go where people are. If nobody's there, it's scary. They don't want to be there. So those techniques are always used, and I saw them, and not one time in the I don't know how long it was. It was a while, good block of time that I was volunteering for this group. Not one time did mainstream media ever report the numbers correctly. If it was something that was beneficial for New World government, central socialized government, they always blew the numbers up several times. If it was something that was not beneficial for them, they always divided the numbers several times smaller than they were. Not once, not twice, every single time. And as I watched this stuff on television, I was confused at first. For a long time, I said, gee, there must be something I'm missing. How could this be? People can't do this. There must be something wrong with this. There must be something. It reminds me of the time I watched, for 2 days, I watched the Kenneth Starr investigation that was broadcast live in its entirety on C-SPAN for 2 days. I did not work. I watched it and I recorded, I think, the first day of it. And it was absolutely amazing, because after watching the whole thing, people don't realize, they never talked about the real incredible moments during that time. And I heard Peter Jennings, and a lot of us who are a little older remember Peter Jennings. He since died years ago, but he was a very, very famous news anchor, very, very big time. And another news anchor went through, and I listened to them explain everything that happened for like 30 minutes, what had happened the previous 2 days. And it was absolute lies. They call it spinning. There's even college courses now on spinning, as if we legitimize lying in media. There's something good and okay about it. It was absolutely mind-blowing, because I just looked at that and said, that is not what I watched. All right, let's move forward and keep looking at these devices that are being used in here. Remember, the word some is to marginalize the number of people, to provide social pressure, because when some people make a claim, that really marginalizes it, because there's only a small group of people, because there's some, excuse me, and they're making a claim. They don't have a belief, they haven't researched and presented science, they're making a claim. Claim is a negative word. All right, let's move forward now another 10 seconds.
Something else may be going on, that many of these disasters may have been caused by human manipulation. One of the methods of manipulation is something called chemtrails. What are chemtrails? There are people that believe that...
Okay, there's a key phrase right there. We're at 126. There are people that believe. That phrase, people that believe, when you hear that phrase, it is actually associating people's mind with the word actually believe. There are people who actually believe. And what that does is it marginalizes and minimizes the effect of this belief. It makes, again, you're putting this group of people who believe this in a corner, because there are people who actually believe this. And that's another method of marginalization. All right, let's go forward a couple more seconds.
That the cloud-like trails you see in the sky behind jets are actually the government spraying evil chemicals.
Look at that face. That face was edited in absolutely on purpose. He made that face. He's an actor. He made that face, and he used the word evil chemicals. Now, the word evil is also another negative word, because when people use the word evil, they associate it with frail, fanatical religious cults. The word evil has been drawn into that venue over the years. So the word evil is used in this context to, again, marginalize, and he's making a face to associate with that thing he just said, that what some people believe that the government is spraying evil chemicals, and then they zoom in on this face and hold it for a second. And again, this is a social pressure technique, and this is a marginalization technique. This is a characteristically unintelligent face he's making. His eyes are kind of weak. They have a little bit of fear in them. He wrinkles his forehead in a little bit of surprise. But this is, again, these are these techniques being used right before your eyes. This is no accident. The editing room floor doesn't make mistakes. They put in exactly what they want you to see. All right, we're at 134. Let's move forward to 137. You're going to hear him say supposedly control the weather. Here we go.
Before I get into how chemtrails supposedly control the weather,
Supposedly. Now there, of course, is another obvious marginalization. You've got to remember that the people they're making this show for are not the people who are already educated about this issue. The people that they're making this show for is the general public. The people in the general public who might have heard of chemtrails or geoengineering before. They may have heard of this, but they don't. The show producers want to marginalize and minimize the possibility that these people will ever do any more research into it, because they won't want to know. They're gonna so destroy and so demonize the people that are being interviewed and the subject as a whole through negative association, through marginalization, that nobody is going to want to know about this subject. And that's really the point. Let's move forward.
I need to find out if there's any truth to chemicals being sprayed. I'm going to...
All right, let's move forward to 148. I want to see if you catch this. Watch what he says when he talks about Kristen Megan, who was a guest on this show. Now, if you don't know, Kristen Megan is a whistleblower who has a tremendous testimony where she saw aluminum and barium in large canisters being brought in powdered form onto Air Force bases. And the thing that was highly unusual, and I think not legal if I remember right, but I could be wrong, but it was very, very unusual, was that she was in charge of looking at all the MSDS, the material safety data sheets. And what did she find? That these powder chemicals had no manufacturers listed on them. And she was really shocked by this. All right, let's see if you catch the marginalization. Here we go.
Look into this by talking to Kristen Megan, a whistleblower who was formerly with the U.S. Air Force, and she claims that she's...
Did you hear it? And she claims she's not. She has degrees. She had a very responsible position in the Air Force. She had a lot of responsibility. She's a trained professional, but they're not going to tell you that. They're going to tell you that she makes claims. It's another marginalization. All right, let's move forward a few more seconds.
seen evidence that shows that this is exactly what's happening.
All right.
Tell us about your experiences with chemtrails when you were with the Air Force.
Part of my job.
All right, exactly what's happening. Now, let me go back to this and just...
I need to find out if there's any truth to chemicals being sprayed. I'm going to look into this by talking to Kristen Megan, a whistleblower who was formerly with the U.S. Air Force, and she claims that she's seen evidence that shows that this is exactly what's happening.
Now, you look at his face when he says exactly what's happening. He's serious about this. There is no derogatory face being made because he is the hero. He is coming in to play the role of the hero who is investigating this. He wants to find out exactly what's happening. So it's bolstering up our central figure here and giving him credibility. All right, now by doing that, of course, he's setting himself up to debunk her observations. Let's move forward. Let's move forward to 209. And in this next segment, you're going to hear where it's edited in such a way where they skim right over the key points. I mean, these are absolutely pivotal points, and you've heard her. If you've heard her videos before, you understand that she gets into detail about the fact that there was no manufacturer listed on this. This is highly abnormal, and that these powdered metals were coming in. These same metals we're finding in the soils, in the rainwater, that in people's blood. I have elevated aluminum in the last hair test that I did. People across the United States are finding elevated aluminum in their blood. So is any of this talked about? Let's move forward to 209 and hear what they have to say.
Tell us about your experiences with chemtrails when you were with the Air Force.
Part of my job was to approve hazardous materials that were acquired on base. I started seeing large quantities of strong.
Part of my job was to approve hazardous materials that were acquired on base. Now, if you've heard her speak before, she goes on about her qualifications quite a bit to make you understand that she's a responsible person. She has a lot of experience. She's trained in this field, and this was her duty. But they skim right over that, of course. They're going to marginalize these important points. She's going to make these statements. In a few seconds, she's going to say too much with no contractor made. This didn't make sense to me. They made sure that they put, you'll hear this a lot, is when they edit in the person they want to discredit, they will edit in them saying phrases that discredit them, that make them weak, that make them somehow less important. And what they'll say what they have in this case is they made sure to hold this this phrase in. This didn't make sense to me. So what they want to do, and this, you've seen this all the time, is they actually associate people who are doing this research, who are understanding these issues like geoengineering. They're trying to paint these people as confused, and because they're confused, they become fearful and paranoid. That's the image they try to portray. So any phrases that they say that would lend to that image or to that association, they will leave them in the editing room. So that works for their favor. So didn't make sense to me was used to highlight uncertainties to promote the idea that she didn't know what was going on. So of course they left that in, as I just said. This is opportunistic editing. This is where they will take things. They look for opportunities, and this is what we talked about with Scott Stevens a little earlier, is where they looked for an opportunity to discredit Scott, and they took advantage of that opportunity and completely hacked up all of the other credible things he had to say and focused, and to the point where that's virtually the only thing I remember, because everything else was so incongruent because of the way it was chopped up. Notice that Joe at 209, which is coming up here, will use a very attentive and concerned look when he's paying attention to Kristen, and of course they know what they're doing. This is to show, again, Joe is the guy coming in, rescuing the day, trying to get to the bottom of the truth.
Barium, and aluminum. This material came too frequent, too much, with no contractor name. This didn't make sense to me.
Did you ask anyone what all those chemicals are for?
I asked a couple of people that were my equal rank that I felt I could confide in, but it was more of the shut up and color. Let's not question it.
Now that's a logical question. Did you ask anyone, or did you find out what those chemicals are for? Because that's, of course, what we want to know. But there will be no focus. There will be no time put into the very fact that the chemicals were there. What on earth does the Air Force have to do with large canisters of powdered barium and aluminum? And how does that correlate with the fact that we're finding them elevated in soils across the world, in rainwater across the world, and in people's blood tests across the world? What correlation? Are they going to talk about that? You better believe they're not going to touch that. They're going to skim right over that, and they're going to focus on unanswered questions. The first thing is not pointing out, gee, that's interesting. What would the Air Force have need with powdered metals that we happen to be finding everywhere coming down out of the sky? Never mentioned. The question is, he knows to ask the question, did you find out what they're used for? He knows the answer is no. So he's going to bring that forward. He's going to ask that question, and then they're going to leave that in editing. All right, let's watch a little bit longer here, and the next section we're going to cover is they're actually going to put the camera up into the sky, and they're going to see a chemtrail. And the problem that I have with this, and this is very important, Kristen is going to identify this short trail that they're going to see in the sky in just a few seconds as a contrail. And he is actually going to repeat that phrase. And so you're getting that subconscious support of that belief. Now the problem is that we see that this is one of the tactics of mainstream media right now. If you're keeping up with this subject, they are trying to shove down everybody's throats the false idea that the short trails we're seeing in the sky are condensation trails. And the reason they're doing that is because if you grow up learning that in school, you'll grow up and you'll never protest against them. You'll never have any idea of the garbage you're breathing in the sky. Me, on a personal note, as someone who can smell this stuff and who can taste it, I've watched this stuff being sprayed, stood outside and waited for it to descend, and I've timed it on a consistent basis over the last almost 8 years, and could tell you how long it's going to take to descend depending on the altitude that they're flying at. It's very consistent, but of course they'll never talk about this. But for someone like me, it's personal because I saw in 2010 and when I lived in Jamestown, New York earlier, that all of the long trails turned into short trails. In Jamestown, they were blanketing the sky and to the point where they were making it overcast every day. And all of a sudden one day, there was 4 days where they didn't spray. And I was in so much agony before that. After these 4 days, I was so hopeful it was going to stop. I thought maybe this is it, maybe it's over, because I was in such pain. And then on the 5th day they came back, same schedules. They left the same smell and taste in the air after the particulates descended to the ground. But guess what? The trails were all short, with the exception of 4 to 6 days a month. The trails suddenly were all short. Why is that? Out of sight, out of mind. You don't want the public seeing this. This is an obvious change, a sudden change, because you never see trails come out of jets before, except in very, very rare occasions when you have water-injected engines such as you have in the British Aerospace 111, okay, which is still in service, but it's in limited service. You don't see it much anymore. But it would be very, very rare to see these. And of course, they've been spraying these trails for a long time, so you might see them occasionally while they've been in testing over the last few decades. But nevertheless, they want the public to believe that the long trails, and especially they want to accentuate the idea that the short trails are condensation trails, so everybody won't think there's anything wrong with them. In Bangor, I saw the same thing happen, except there was not a 4-day break. The trails were covering the sky every day, so much so that the Bangor Globe did an article, and I made a video with the article in it, saying that it was the dimmest summer in history. We set a record. Okay, smallest amount of sunlight in history. Then guess what? After the very next day, the trails all turned short. They all turned short. Same scheduling, same smells and tastes in the air, same particulate descent time. Obviously, they upgraded their equipment or their mix, and they have developed the technology so that the trails are less visible. And then they also moved many of the jets to higher altitudes. So now they're spraying very little at low altitudes anymore. It's mostly at higher altitudes. So that whereas before April of 2010, of course, most of these changes are made in April. April is Nissan. April is a very important date for these people based on their beliefs. So you see a lot of things change in April. But that's another discussion. You learn about that a couple shows back. In April, all of these, when this high altitude, when this change took place that I just talked about, where most of the trails became short, a lot of them went to higher altitudes. Now, before, as where they were covering the sky, leaving these huge plumes across the sky in Bangor, now you have to stand outside and search the sky in order to find them. They're there, they're all there, but they're much, much harder to see. So the idea that these short trails are contrails is not, doesn't hold water at all. I want, as someone who can smell and taste them, as someone who's watched the sky all my life, this is one of the most important things that I feel I have to contribute to this body of information, because I can smell and taste them, and I've been in touch with dozens of people around the world who also can smell and taste them. We're a minority, but we have a very valid observation to make about this. These short trails have the same tastes and smells and cause the same symptoms. They're just harder to see. All right, let's watch and see them identify, and watch how this editing, in the editing they leave this in, they zoom in on the trail. They actually zoom in so far the trail actually looks longer than it really is. Another subconscious technique, because they're trying to associate longer trails with contrails, but they want the trail to look longer than it really is, so they zoom way in on it. And you'll also see the phrase, that's a contrail repeated. So here we go.
So I started to see memos come down saying, disregard certain things that are called chemtrails. That's just a theory. We're working on weather items here, weather studies. I realized this is the perfect setup. Basically, aircraft from all of the Air Force gets taken to this base. It gets dismantled down to the last screw, put back together, and before the paint is put on, you have white aircraft with no markings
Here we
flying
go.
around. So to me, all the pieces fell into place.
Is that a chemtrail?
No, that's not a chemtrail.
That's a contrail?
It's a contrail.
Is that a chemtrail? No, that's not a chemtrail. Is that a contrail? That's a contrail. They left that in there. They were sure to focus attention on this point. This is one of the most memorable few seconds of the interview. They actually pan off and they show the trail and they repeat this fact that they want you to remember. I want you to also pay attention to something. Is one of the lies that the mainstream media is also trying to perpetrate on the public is they're trying to say, well, all this aluminum is coming from industry, factory. I've heard this from a lot of different places, a lot of mainstream media. They're saying, you don't know if it's coming from these jets. You've got factory, you've got industry. Take a look of where they're doing this interview and what is centered right in the back of this picture. It's a big, ugly factory of some sort, some kind of processing plant. Another item. I mean, do all these things happen out of coincidence? These things are meticulously thought out. The people who do this are trained. They know what they're doing, and they do an expert job of what they're doing. They could have had a beautiful scene in the background. They could have had a highway. They could have done this inside, but they're centered right between them is industry, which again, they want to set up an association subconsciously between the aluminum and barium and industry because they want to bring as much attention away on every level, consciously and subconsciously, away from the intentional nature of this to an unintentional nature and just say, oh, well, all this aluminum and barium is just from industry. All right. Here's the next section we're going to go to. This is we're going to go to 307, so 10 seconds. So you're going to hear him say, whereas chemtrails, and when he says this, he's going to make a paranoid-looking face when he's saying the word. This is the technique. It's used over and over and over again everywhere. Mainstream media, television shows, the nightly news, they use this all the time. Watch the face he makes, and it associates fear with the word chemtrails. It also creates social pressure because who wants to believe something that paranoid people believe? Watch this execution of social pressure. Here it comes.
What is the difference between a contrail and a chemtrail? Contrails, they say, are the natural streams that occur behind jets that did.
Okay, here we are. Contrails are the natural streams that occur behind jets. Here we are again. They're really pushing the idea that these contrails are natural streams that occur behind jets. Here we are a few seconds away from the whereas chemtrails and the paranoid face, so they make a negative, fearful, paranoid association and apply social pressure with the word chemtrails.
Dissipate quickly, whereas chemtrails.
You see that paranoid face? There it is. Take a good hard look because this is a trained professional. This is an actor. This is a guy who knows what he's doing, and you have to move beyond the idea that this is just Hollywood. This isn't Hollywood. If these people wanted to expose chemtrails, they could have talked. You can go online for 10 minutes and research this subject, and you will find groundwater, rainwater tests. You'll find blood tests. You will find correlations between the spraying and elevations in drinking water levels across the United States that were done by government officials. You will find animal die-offs, insect die-offs. You will find white tree syndrome. You will find white nose syndrome with the bats. You will find fungal infections, immune suppression. You will find all of this evidence, all of this stuff. And the government can deny it as much as they want. But when you have a preponderance of evidence that points towards a behavior, you have to look at it. And all of this stuff is ignored. So you have to realize that these people could have gone online for 10 seconds and started accumulating evidence and done real research about this. And anyone who does that becomes compelled and really, really convinced about the subject that something is going on because all of this stuff correlates. The spraying correlates with the appearance of spraying has been well established to correlate with the metal increases in rainwater. Government workers have come out and exposed this in great detail in videos that they've explained, among many other things. Do they bring this up? Do they talk to people like that? No, they don't. They have to talk to people like Kristen Megan, who I think is a great whistleblower, because she is so prominent in the movement that if they ignored it, it would be blatantly obvious. But the other whistleblowers who are less prominent and less well known, well, they can ignore them and just say, well, we got a whistleblower. But they can't ignore certain things. They have to deal with certain aspects, and that's what they do. So here we go. Here Joe, the actor, is making the nice fearful face to associate the word chemtrails with paranoia. In a few seconds, he's going to make the statement, has anyone identified any of these cargo aircraft? And identified ... Joe is associating, he's making a false association, this is kind of like a straw man argument, with cargo jets. Have any people identified these cargo aircraft, blah, blah, blah. We're not talking about cargo aircraft. The vast majority of people who have reported to me about this phenomenon that's been taking place for years now have reported silver unmarked jets. But that's not what he's saying. Take a listen.
They stay in the sky and become clouds. Now, has anybody identified one of these cargo aircrafts?
Okay, he says cargo aircraft, and look what he's showing. Here's an Air Force cargo aircraft. All right, let's run it for a few more seconds.
And found chemical.
And there's another nice shot of cargo aircraft. Has anyone found cargo aircraft? All right. So they're not showing the silver. The vast majority of people that have reported to me see these silver unmarked jets spewing these chemtrails. Here you can see at the tail end of this, you've got the. Let me see if I can bring my monitor up so I can make sure I can. Okay, at the tail end of this, you can see the refueling apparatus. It's got like little fins on it to help stabilize it in the air. We're not talking about silver unmarked jets here. He's trying to associate with cargo aircraft. So, you know, it's just astonishing. Now we're going to move forward. The next thing that we're going to talk about, has anybody found a spray nozzle? This is what we're going to find him saying in a few seconds. Again, he's directing the conversation. He's in control of the conversation. He's not going to talk about all these things, all this evidence that I've talked about. He's not going to bring up all of these obvious facts that you would find if you're doing real research. He fails to address, when he talks about spray nozzles, the things that Christian must have said and witnessed. And I bet if I interviewed her, I bet she would have explained her all of these things, what her credentials were. She would have explained these powdered metals and what on earth does that have to do with the Air Force, and so on and so forth, and the evidence. But none of this is brought up. But he's directing the conversation towards things that he knows the answer is going to be, I don't know, no, we haven't seen them. So he wants to get as many no's and I don't knows as possible. And you also want to look at Joe's face as very sincere during this question. He wants to drive the point home and say, this is a sincere question, when he knows inside this is a ridiculous question because it's not about spray nozzles. In the majority of patents we see powdered metals being pumped into the engines and expelled. And because the metallic particles are so small, they don't mess with the engines. They don't damage the engines. It's compatible with the engines. So none of that is dealt with. All right, so let's move forward and see Joe pull this one off.
Containers inside. Has anybody found some sort of a distribution method, a spray nozzle?
Okay, so there's the statement about the spray nozzle. Misdirection. This is like a magician at work. We're focusing the conversation away from the issues. We're not talking about the preponderance of evidence. We're going to talk about spray nozzles. We're going to talk about other things. We're going to talk about, you're going to see when he talks to Michael Murphy shortly that he focuses on this whole subject of sludge, which has been completely debunked, but it's on one of the debunking websites, and he wants to give the debunking website credibility. And it's just, this is not research, my friends. This is not research. This is a hit job. That's all that this is. They are not trying to look for research. Not much more I can say about it. All right, here we are. So has anybody looked for a spray nozzle? We've been through that. All right, now in 10 seconds, he's going to shake his head no. Now, to the casual observer, this makes it look like Joe doesn't like military oppression, because what's going to happen is Kristen is going to make a statement that, you know, if you were to do anything untoward on a military base, you would end up with an M16 in your back. So you can't go snooping around, and that's true. There's security is very tight, obviously. All right, but what Joe does is he shakes his head no, and it gives him credibility for one of two reasons. It makes it look like he doesn't like military oppression. Some people would interpret it that way. To other people, it would. He's shaking his head no at Kristen's testimony. So, and you'll see this kind of stuff a lot. In fact, you're going to see some startling exhibitions of this shortly, where the no and yes are associated with statements that the people they're trying to discredit are saying. So they're imposing these subconscious messages in the editing room, but they are created during the interview, so the interviewer knows exactly what he's doing. And you're going to be shocked, because if you stick with us, at the end of this broadcast, you're going to see some very revealing footage about Joe. And it's not going to allow you to look at this, look at him the same again. And this is done for the sake of truth, because we don't want lies anymore. We want truth. We want people who have integrity. All right, let's look forward to the Joe shaking his head no. Let's plow through this information.
Some sort of evidence to indicate that they're spraying things from planes?
It's very controlled. You cannot go on a flight line to take pictures. If you do, you will be on the ground with an M16 in your back.
There it is, shaking his head no. Well, that's good. We love Joe because he doesn't like, over forceful military oppression, but he's also shaking his head no at Kristen's testimony. So either way, however that's interpreted by the audience, it works in his favor. In just a couple seconds, you're going to see him come right out after this ridiculous interview, which none of the central questions were really talked about, except to say that short trails are contrails, which they are not. You're going to see him make this statement. So hold on to your seat.
I enjoyed talking to Kristen, but she's making some crazy claims.
Really? Now, again, what word did you hear? What's the key word? The defamation word. Claims. Kristen doesn't give testimony because you don't want her to have credibility. Kristen makes claims. And not only this time are they claims, now that he's talked to her, they're crazy claims. And you have to ask yourself, what claims did she make? Basically, the only thing she observed. So so what is crazy about whistleblowing about toxic metals being brought in the Air Force? What claim did she make? Really? She believes that these are. She believes the short trails are contrails, which some people do believe still. I hope they don't believe it forever. But what crazy claim did she make? But he has to say that he's defaming this whistleblower. Has to deal with this. They had to deal with this in the show because she's very prominent and she's added a lot of weight to our cause. All right, now Joe has to try to debunk Kristen's observations. He can't say she's lying because that would expose his bias. Okay, so what he did is he prefaced this statement by saying, I enjoyed talking to Kristen, but she's making crazy claims. She's making some crazy claims. Well, she's got to put that, putting that positive part, it conveys in front of that phrase, the statement about her making crazy claims, gives him credibility, like he's being a nice guy. He's really trying to find the truth. So he enjoyed talking to her. He gave her a little bit of a compliment, but again, this is the hero coming to save the day. He's kind, he's nice, but he's got to call truth out for what it is. At least that's the image. All right, it would have been rude for him and lower his credibility for the audience if he attacks the only thing he can, questioning the purpose or use of the metals that are being brought onto the base. The fact that all these metals, which are appearing in water supplies and people's blood all over the world in different countries, at the same time we see all the spraying start, it happens at the same time. But we're never going to talk about that. Joe says there's a gigantic leap. Now, this is another thing. This is a marginalization technique. He's going to say there's a gigantic leap between knowing these chemicals exist and proving that the government is spraying them from the skies. There is not a gigantic leap because we have so much evidence, because we can see these huge plumes that are obscuring the sky. We have found aluminum. I found aluminum, barium, and mercury and other substances in my air filtration equipment. Where is all of this stuff coming from? None of this stuff is talked about, but he's got to marginalize. So he's going to say that there's a gigantic leap. And if you listen to her testimony, they cut her up so much she hardly said anything. She didn't really have a chance to give testimony.
I believe that she saw those chemicals, but in my opinion, there's a gigantic leap between knowing these chemicals exist and proving that the government is spraying them from the skies. But if they are...
Okay, So there's your gigantic leap. Now let's talk about the sins of omission here for a second. Not only did Joe barely scratch the surface of the information being brought forth by Kristen, but he completely omits or barely touches all of the vital testimony. And so what you're going to have to do, and most of the public won't do, because this is the general public is seeing. These are people who are dabbling, who may have heard of chemtrails, and they wanted to watch this show to get the truth. And now their consciences have been relieved because it was a fearful subject, because it is a little scary to think that the government's spraying things from the sky. But after watching this, it gives them an excuse not to follow this up. That's the point. They want an uninformed public, and that's the point. You create social pressure for people not to examine this, not to go watch videos, not to look at the evidence, because once they do, they become convinced, period. That's why our Facebook group has over 10,000 people in it. Other Facebook groups are growing leaps and bounds because the public is waking up about this. Onward. Christian says that there are numerous canisters of powdered metals, including barium, aluminum, strontium, being brought onto Air Force bases. Joe should have attempted to find out what all this material is for. What is the Air Force doing with countless canisters of powdered metals? It's a vital question. What on earth does the Air Force have to do with massive quantities of highly toxic powdered metals? What do they do with all this stuff? She asked him that question, which he has to, because otherwise it would have been blatantly obvious that this was just a hit job and he wasn't trying to find truth. But once she essentially says she doesn't know, the question is never raised again, although that's a pivotal question in any investigation. Kristen says that the MSDS sheets always contain the name of manufacturers of hazardous materials, but these names were omitted from these legally required MSDS sheets. Kristen makes a big deal about that in all of her public appearances, because that is a big deal. There's a legal issue here, I believe, possibly. I don't know for sure, but there's something really wrong, because it's not normal procedure at the very least. It's illegal at most, but there's something going on here. But this information was skimmed over without question or inquiry. No mention of rainwater snow tests that are showing up all over the world. No mention of patents showing numerous devices for dispersing powder metals. In fact, he deflected to the idea of nozzles, which is ridiculous. Of course, they're not using nozzles. That would be blatantly obvious. You have to fool the public. We're keeping the public in the dark here. So he's deflecting the conversation, kind of like a straw man, saying, oh, we got to look for nozzles. You're doing magic. Look over here, looking for nozzles. No, we're not looking for nozzles. We're looking for trails coming out of the jet engines, because the patents say the powder metals are injected. All right, let's move forward and get through this. There's a lot to cover, and at the end of this video, I am going to show you some explosive information that is going to cap and seal this whole thing off. And this ties in with things we've talked about in the past. How, at 3:52, he says, how does it control the weather? All right, this is strawman / misdirection. All right, he's raising a different question. What this show is supposed to be is the government spraying chemtrails? Now, what happens is they edit the rest of this so-called investigation, which is really a hit piece. They change the question. How are these things being used to control the weather? That's not the question. The question is, and the question is volatile enough, if they're spraying, and they're spraying barium aluminum, which are toxic to human, that is a huge global issue. That may be the biggest issue we've ever faced. I believe it is. I believe most people who know about this believe that it is. There's nothing big enough. And not to mention destroying the ozone layer and the other issues we could have raised. None of this is talked about. But he brings up the question and misdirects this whole investigation. You're going to hear this in just a couple seconds. How does it control the weather? Strawman misdirection. This does not address the primary issue. It's only one issue, but it's much more complicated to comprehend. So they start focusing on the weather because it's a complicated problem, and it's easier to debunk and to convolute the whole subject, which is what they're going to do. You're going to see them do this. Now, Joe could have chosen to talk about the toxicity of the soils, the air, but this is not mentioned because they don't even want you thinking about this. The danger is much easier for the public to comprehend and associate if it's that simple. Out of sight, out of mind, but they're going to focus on the weather. So watch how this whole so-called investigation gets completely misdirected to how are these things controlling the weather? Is that really the question we're concerned about? Well, it's a big issue, of course, but the issue is, are they even spraying? You haven't even answered that question yet. Now you're making a leap to another question that requires the first question to be answered. So you're just separating yourself from any logical progression of conclusion drawing.
Spraying them. How does it control the weather?
There it is. How does it control the weather? Is that the issue we're really dealing with? There, he's got his is an inquisitive look on his face. How quaint. A few seconds, we're going to hear him say very skeptical, and they really are going to nail it right here. They're going to put 4 faces on the screen. One is the crazy face, one is the skeptical face, the other one is the you've got to be kidding face, and the other one is the I feel sad for you face, because you're just a poor scared conspiratorialist. All negative social pressure. You got to think about this. If Joe is tough and cool, he's a cool guy, he's a tough guy. That's the way they portray him. He's the hero here. His beliefs will be adopted by others and by the public very easily via social pressure. That's why these things are effective. If the public has a lack of self-will, those people who don't have the will to go do 10 minutes of research and start finding out that there's a whole lot of information supporting this, a whole lot of information that's irrefutable, these lack of self-will people are going to watch this, they're going to feel relieved, and they're going to walk away thinking, my buddy who's been telling me about this is just crazy. I don't have to deal with him I don't have to worry about him. He's just gone off the deep end. And of course, the ironic thing here is that the metals they're spraying induce that very type of mindset. They weaken your will. They weaken your resolve. All right, let's go to 353 and watch this very skeptical 4-up face display.
Now, I have to admit that I am very skeptical when it comes to the idea of chemtrails.
There we go. He's very skeptical. I missed it.
Are spraying them?
Let's
How
watch
does it
those 4
control the
faces.
weather? Now, I have to admit that I am very skeptical when it comes to the idea of
There we go. You see the crazy face? Can you pick out the skeptical face? Can you pick out the you've got to be kidding face? And can you pick out the I feel sad for you face? Social pressure, 4-up. They call that a 4-up. You've got 4 things up at the same time. Skepticism is considered an intelligent trait, and that's why the word skeptical and skepticism will always be associated with a hero or with the person that they're trying to add credibility to, and that's exactly what's going on here. He's a skeptic because that is perceived as intelligent. Of course, Kristen is making claims. All of the other people who they're debunking here are making claims. All right, let's move on. The next thing we're going to see in a few seconds, he's going to say, but if there's a man who's going to convince me, it's Michael Murphy. They bring up Michael Murphy and Michael Murphy. They're setting him up. This is a setup. What they do is they're basically saying, subconsciously, the message there is that if there's a man who's going to convince me, it's Michael Murphy. He's really saying subconsciously, if he doesn't do it, then it's false. So they're putting the complete weight of the credibility of geoengineering on the next part of this interview. Okay, so this is a setup. They're setting him up, and they're making that subconscious assertion to you. Okay, so Joe continues to build up Michael so that he can knock him down. That's what the setup is all about. If Joe can build up Michael as a final authority, then he will complete his debunking simply by taking Michael down or discrediting him. All right, this makes Michael look incredible. When Joe says, go-to guy, keep your eyes open for this. He says, go-to guy. Michael shakes his head yes. Okay, they edit. Now you're going to see a technique here where they're showing Michael's face while Joe is talking a lot. And they do this to accentuate these subconscious associations. Michael shakes his head yes. And this adds to the setup by adding credibility to the statement being made. Subconsciously, the message is that they both agree on the fact being stated. So Michael is agreeing that he is the go-to guy. Take a look.
trails, but if there's a man that's going to convince me, it's Michael Murphy. Michael.
There he is. He's shaking his head yes. If there's a man who's going to convince me, it's Michael Murphy. And Michael Murphy agrees. There he is shaking his head yes. Okay, so they're establishing this idea that this is the only man who can convince him. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Michael Murphy. All right. At 4:13 in a few seconds, we're going to talk about manipulate weather. Again, this is not dealing with a more immediate danger, the fact that we're just breathing this stuff in, but it's focusing on the harder to prove and the more complex problem instead. Are they controlling the weather? There's very strong evidence and very clear evidence in my eyes that they are. Anybody who takes an objective look at this will see that. But they are changing the focus from are they contaminating the environment and making you breathe all of these poisonous metals? They're completely getting away from that, moving on to a harder, more difficult question without even ever solving the first question. This is an investigation. So here we go. Manipulate the weather. Here's another redirection of the subject to a new subject.
Go-to guy when it comes to chemtrails. He's made 2 documentaries on them. They've been seen by over 2 million people, and he claims that he...
Did you hear the word claims again? There he is. Okay, the people they want to build up, you're going to see in a few minutes. We're going to have Mick West on here, and he's going to give a scientific evaluation of what's going on. But all of these people that they want to debunk, all they do all day long is they make claims.
Has evidence that's going to convince me that chemtrails are real and that the government is using them to manipulate weather. Nice to meet you. Thanks for having me.
All right. Now, so you believe, now the way that here's the marginalization you're going to see come up in just a few seconds, the phrase, so you believe. Now understand that it's not talking about evidence. When you use the word believe, it's not as marginalizing as the word claim. But he's there in the room with Michael. He's got to be a little more respectful. You don't want the hero to be rude. So, but he does use intonation to help exploit that, to lend it to making it sound like something incredible by changing the tone of his voice. Again, people, this is professional work. These people know exactly what they're doing. These are not just inordinate circumstances that are falling into place. This is the way it works. And they do this by knowing how people work more than you do, knowing how your mind works better than the public does. And the way that they do this is this is why they have so much research that has been done on human behavior. All of this secret research, all of these secret projects that so many of you know about. Why? Because if you understand how something works, then you can control it. As I've said in my last 2 programs in great detail, this is all about control. All right, in this next clip, let's see. He says, so you believe, which is going to come up, and then you're going to see, that's marginalization. Then you're going to see government planes, and he accentuates the word government to associate the phrase with conspiracies. So believe is accentuated, government is accentuated, so he's doing everything he can to pull credibility out of that phrase. Again, these are not as strong techniques as the other ones, but he's in the same room, so he can't be rude to him. If you show the hero being rude, you'll remove his credibility, which you can't do. The hero of the show has to be impeccable. He's got to have integrity, he's got to be kind, and that's what they're trying to build.
So you believe that all these crisscrossing patterns in the sky, these are government planes that are spraying something that's trying to control the weather. It's been kept a secret from the American.
Okay, what you're going to see, what you see going on here is every time they cut away to Michael. Now understand that these cutaways to Michael don't necessarily have to be in real time. For instance, as they show Joe talking, they cut away to Michael. You don't know if that's what Michael was doing at the moment Joe was talking. It could have been something Michael did later on or earlier on in the interview, because the audio doesn't have to sync up. The audio track and the video are completely separate when you're doing video production. So you can manipulate either one however you want to. Remember, now when they cut away to Michael, with all due respect to Michael, Michael is not looking so good in these shots. They're showing him really close up. Things that take away integrity and believability from witnesses is a lot of head movements, touching your face, and a lot of hand movements. These things, this is why newscasters are trained to minimalize these things. Politicians train to use, you watch politicians, you will only see minimal hand movements. You will see that they talk with their head and with their face, not with their hands. They move their head only in a very minimalistic kind of way, because these 3 actions detract from credibility. And you'll see part of the technique they're using to discredit Michael is they cut away to him every time he's moving his head, every time he's either touching his face, moving his head, or using his hands to talk. So when you understand that these are techniques are trained, actors train, politicians train, newscasters train, people in broadcast train about this kind of stuff. They know this. The editor knows this. This is intentional.
Public.
Let's go
the
back.
Government's crisscrossing.
All right, we're looking for, let me see, we're looking for 424. Here we go. Watch this cutaway of Michael.
In the sky. These are government planes that are spraying something that's trying to control the weather. It's been kept a secret from the American public. The pilots have kept their mouths shut.
Okay, let's take a look at that last shot right there. Now, what's going on right now is Joe is setting up a whole list of beliefs that he's imposing on Michael Murphy. In fact, it's almost as if Joe has more of the floor. He's able to say more now than Michael ever really will get to say, and you're going to see that in a minute, which is absolutely astonishing. This is not an investigative show. This is a hit piece. Anybody who knows anything about this stuff sees this as a hit piece. It's just amazing. So here's a cutaway to Michael. Again, his head is moving around. His hand is in the picture. He's fidgeting. His lips are fidgety. And in a second, he's going to make, when they time this purposely. This is not unintentional. They edit this in that Michael is going to have what I call a denial smile. People, when they are faced with something embarrassing or confrontational that is a little scary to them, oftentimes they'll get a grin on their face. This is something that actors know and understand. People in broadcast know. People who know human behavior know about this. So watch what they do. They cut to Michael. Watch him making this smiling face right at the same time to set up an association while Joe is naming this list of things that Michael supposedly believes.
That's trying to control the weather. It's been kept a secret from the American public.
Okay, it's been kept a secret from the American public. Look at that cutaway. All right, there's Michael with what could be interpreted as a denial smile on his face. I give Michael credibility because I know I've seen his work. I've seen his investigative movies. He's done a very, very good job. In this show, they made him look as bad as he possibly could. They've got a close-up of his face. They're including his hand in the close-up. And they always cut away to him. They show cutaways, which may not have again be while Joe was even talking, but they show these cutaways because this makes Michael look completely incredible. This shot, when Joe just said it's being kept secret by the government, and then they cut away to him with a smile, because anything that's some secret government program is associated by the general public as some kind of scary conspiracy theory. So here they're trying to show in this method of editing that Michael's really embarrassed that he believes this. They're weakening this witness.
Pilots have kept their mouths shut, although they've flown thousands and thousands.
Okay, here's another look at this cutaway. I mean, they're doing everything they can to just completely make this guy look incredible. Now, why are they doing this? Why are they focusing on Christian and Michael? Because they have to. These are two current central figures in this movement. Michael has had a huge impact in educating people by his movies. They have to discredit his movies. And the way they discredit his movies is by discrediting him. And the way they discredit him is by innuendo, by association, by marginalization. These are the techniques they're using in the editing room. All right, we're at 4:35. Let's move forward. I want to get through this as quickly as possible. I know I'm covering a lot of information, but I really want you to be able to see this because it's in everything. They use these techniques in virtually everything you see on TV, and when you recognize them and learn to see them, even though some of them seem simplistic, they're very effective. All right, so we're at 4:35. Let me synchronize my notes here. All right, here we go. Another big grin. Looks like a denial smile. The message they're trying to portray is that Michael is embarrassed that he believes these things. They're taking away credibility. That's the feeling that this audience is getting, the people who don't know Michael, who don't know his work, don't understand how passionate he is about this subject. All right, and at 4:42, Joe will show an expression when he's listening to Michael talk, because we're going to finally hear Michael talk, bored and skeptical and possibly even disgusted. They're really nailing Michael here. They're doing every technique. They don't waste a cutaway. They're doing everything they can to discredit him. Also, we're going to hear Joe lead as if he's cool, and the crowd will follow. So we're using social pressure. Joe's going to lead the focus. And then we're going to have another most probably unsynced cutaway. So here we go. Let me just let it run through 4:44. So keep an eye on what's going on here.
thousands of flights, and that what they're doing is they're
All right, here's Michael with almost a little bit of a disgusted look on his face. He knows what he's doing. Let's let it roll.
controlling the weather.
We proved it. And
All right, look at Michael's mannerisms, using his hands, not looking so good, with all respect to Michael. They did everything they could to make him look bad. He's moving his head back and forth. He's got his eyebrows raised. He's not having credibility in this shot. It's a tighter shot of his head. It's not straight on. It's from the side. They're throwing everything at him they can. And it's very effective, unfortunately. Michael's first statement here at 4:40 is, "We proved it." That's what we hear him say. We proved it. Okay, and this was chosen the first statement heard by Michael during editing, because the outcome of this part of the interview is that, based on the editing, Michael proved nothing. That's the conclusion that Joe is going to draw. So they want to set it up. This is another setup. Michael starts out by saying, "We proved it," and at the end of this segment, we proved nothing. So they think these things out from beginning to end. Again, this is not a mistake. Lots of head movement, hand movement, stuttering. Camera's positioned to accentuate these features. And a couple seconds after this, and a couple seconds from now, we're going to see Joe's expression, very bored, skeptical, and possibly disgusted. And Joe is going to lead the conversation. So let's get to that point.
in the last film, yeah, there's no question about it.
Look at that look. Right? We don't even know if this is what Joe is doing during this part of the conversation, but if he is, kudos to him, because he's an actor. He knows how to give these looks. But nevertheless, here it is. Here's the face. He's doing it just like a pro. He's disgusted. He's belittling Michael. He's bored. The information has no credibility, and he's playing that all over his face. And remember that these methods they're using are very, very effective, which is why they're used everywhere, and everybody who's in broadcasting will be trained and understand what all of these things convey to the public. We're going to hear Michael giving some very weak evidence here. He's going to say, I mean, this is all that they added in. Some trails, here's the first piece of evidence he's allowed to give. Some days are few trails, other days are many trails. Is that strong evidence? Is that what we're holding on? Is that what this whole crime is pivoting on? Listen.
In some days we get very few trails, but there are trails. Other days we get a complete canopy.
Okay, right. So that's not evidence. That's not, well, I mean, that could be used in evidence for a very specific point, but in this interview, this is cut to make it look like that's his argument. That's what this is all about. So we're going to move on to 4:56. 11 seconds are dedicated to the weakest evidence, heavy spraying before storms come in. Here's the next thing. Again, talking about weather control, not the abundant evidence that we know about, and not focusing on the real subject, which is spraying actually taking place. Now we're talking about weather control. They're distracting us for the purpose of spraying instead of the evidence that spraying is occurring, like I just said. So let's look through 4:58, and we're going to hear another weak argument. They're not talking about the real issues. They're only cutting in Michael's weakest parts of his talk.
Noticed that those were the days that occurred right before major storms came in.
Okay, so is that the best argument they're going to let us hear? Well, stay tuned. All right, 4:59, they're going to cut away to Joe looking bored and skeptical again. This is more social pressure. This is called leading the audience. He's leading the audience in the way the audience should feel towards Michael. He is the hero. He's the leader. And this is understanding that this leading the audience is a technique that's actually used in screenwriting and movie production. You have a character that sets the tone for the audience, that defines and tells the audience what they're supposed to do and gives them permission to do things and to feel things. And this is the technique that we're seeing used here. This is stuff is down to a science. We're exhibiting here with this bored, skeptical look we're about to see. More social pressure. Remember, the actors understand the concept of leading the audience. Yeah, I went through that. Okay, here we go.
And that's when we contacted meteorologists.
There we go. Look at that look. He's of course we caught him with his eyes closed, but he's closing his eyes a lot, blinking a lot, as if like, I can't believe what I'm
and started
hearing.
Looking at, is there a connection between chemtrails and the weather? Every scientist said without
question. You could build a cloud and create a storm front.
Does this make any sense?
All right, 5:13, here we are. Does this make any sense? All right, this is momentum. We're cutting down Michael. We're destroying this argument. We're making him look bad with all the cuts we have, with the way he's talking. Joe has already established a negative skeptical direction. He's done that using his facial expressions, and editing has done that. So the subconscious message, obviously, to that question, it's a rhetorical question. Does this make any sense? The obvious answer to the general public is no, it doesn't make any sense. Of course, we've let Michael say how many sentences and not really give his argument. Is this argument? Is this investigative journalism? No. This is a hit piece. Let's let it roll.
If you can build a storm front, can you manipulate the weather? Is there any proof?
All right, here we are. We're already 5 minutes in the show. We've interviewed two people. He's asking, is there any proof? So he's setting him up, asking him if there's any proof. So we're expecting the proof to be right now. So this is the so-called proof that they're going to leave in. They're not going to listen to the rest of Michael's evidence. They're not going to look at the evidence he presented in his movie. They're going to take this little clip and call this the proof.
People have a difficult time grasping. I say, look at the weather.
Have you ever uncovered any evidence where you...
So people have a difficult time grasping. So is there any proof? What they edit the answer be, remember, like Scott Stevens said earlier, that they sometimes will ask a question and then they'll edit a different answer to a different question in as the answer for that question. That's what they do. That's how this works. So Michael's response here to whatever the question he was actually answering, we don't know. But the question they edited this to look like he was answering was, is there any proof? And he says it's hard for people to grasp or to understand. So in other words, he's not really offered any evidence except a couple simple observations so far. And when he's asked if there's any proof, he says it's hard for people to understand, which we know classically that says to the general public's mind. What does it say subconsciously? That's what somebody says when there really isn't any evidence and you're trying to deflect the conversation. Remember, this is editing. All right, we're at 5:26. Let's move forward, get through this as quickly as we can. Watch this next cut. They have a camera behind him, and they do a little bit of touching the face, which is another discrediting shot.
Have direct government documentation.
There we go, a little touch of the nose. That's a big no-no. That discredits him. Not stuff you want to see. Why did they include that shot? You know, somebody might say, oh, that's because they wanted to include the question Joe Rogan was asking. Don't give them that much credit. These people know what they're doing. They're professionals. This is what they do. And if they didn't do a good job, then the multi-billion-dollar corporations that own the SyFy channel would never allow this to take place. At the end of this video, like I said, we're going to have some explosive video for you. And I'm also going to show you who owns the SyFy channel, so you don't think that this is just some small project. This is all tied together. All right, so here's the infamous shot of the nose touch, which the editor just had to include in here. Again, you don't do this when you're trying to have credibility.
They used it in a program called Project Popeye, where the U.S. government flooded out the Vietnamese Ho Chi Minh Trail.
Okay, here Michael is talking about the Ho Chi Minh Trail flooding. They have to deal with this issue. They had to let this be included in this program because that's another very well-known event of weather control. And since they're now focusing on the question of weather control, which they shouldn't be, but they are, they have to focus on that. They have to deal with this issue. So they do, but of course, they marginalize it.
Those of us who really study this believe these are the most dangerous programs that this world has ever seen.
Okay, now look at this face. They will, that face, they freeze on that face. You see that? Michael Murphy has a very fearful face, wrinkled forehead, wide open eyes. He's got a very, very fearful look on his face. They freeze frame on that face, and they keep that face there while our hero, with a strong face, with a determined voice, fills in. That's to accentuate. You're demonizing, you're belittling, you're weakening the credibility of the person that you're listening to. Okay, Joe immediately segues now into cloud seeding. Again, the big question is not are they controlling the weather, it's are they spraying, but they're not dealing with that. All right, in a second, we're going to see when cloud seeding is talked about by Joe, they're going to segue to a small plane. You know, this is you know, they don't want you to associate. And actually, the Mail, what is it called? The UK magazine did the exact same thing. They did an article on chemtrails and geoengineering, and they didn't have a picture of a 747, which they use all the time, or an A330, or a DC-9, or a derivative like a Dash 10 or something, or Dash 80 or something like that. One of those related, one of those series. They didn't show that, you know, these hundreds and countless silver unmarked jets of those models that we see in the sky. No, they're going to show a little small plane because they don't want you to associate the idea of a big jet spraying toxins. So they have to show something that you won't see unless you happen to live on a farm that uses pesticides all the time. So they're marginalizing this, and they don't want you to think about this. So watch this cutaway. They won't show you big jet. They're going to show you small plane.
Cloud seeding is one thing, and it's been proven for a long time. It's a fact that they use cloud seeding to try to flood the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
Okay, he makes this statement. It's a fact that they use cloud seeding. Well, he has to state it's a fact that has to be included. That adds credibility to him, to the general public, because he's stating a fact. You can go online and research it, and because he says it's a fact, it gives our hero credibility. And they have to deal with that subject once again on this show, because otherwise it would be too obvious that they were excluding important information. Joe, in a few seconds, is going to say, you know the saying, and Joe plants this idea that chemtrails are an extraordinary claim. Joe requires extraordinary evidence for this extraordinary claim. What he's doing here is he's raising the bar, making chemtrails harder to prove because extraordinary evidence is now required. So they've used so many techniques. They began asking if this has even taken place. Before they answer that question, they've switched to, is this stuff that we don't even know is taking place controlling the weather? And now we're going to move on and raise the bar and make it even harder to prove, because to say that this is an extraordinary claim. Of course, the public believes our determined hero over our witnesses who do nothing but make claims.
There's a big difference between cloud seeding and actively spraying chemicals like aluminum and barium over our head.
There's a division point. There's a marginalization or separation of these facts. There's a big difference between blah and blah. Remember, he did the same thing with Kristen.
On a daily basis. You know the statement, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence?
Absolutely.
This is obviously an extraordinary claim. Do you feel like you have an extraordinary amount of evidence to back up this claim?
I don't think it's an extraordinary claim.
Okay, so what Michael's response to this is, I don't think it's an extraordinary claim. Now, what the way the public interprets this is that Michael doesn't want to deal. This is how, I'm not saying this is how Michael deals with it. This is how the public pictures Michael who don't know Michael. This is for general public consumption, not for us educated people, educated about this subject. So Michael is diverting now and saying, I don't think it's an extraordinary claim, which is true, but in the public's, it's not really an extraordinary claim, but in the public's eye, it looks like Michael is just diverting because he really has no proof. That is the subconscious conclusion that we're going to come to. All right. So let's go 5 seconds in the future here. We're going to do a clean left to right pan of the debunker's website. You know, the URL of the debunking website is clearly visible, and we're going to now introduce, and you're going to see a change in technique now. You're going to see the bolstering, the upholding, the uplifting of the hero's buddy who's going to come in and tell the truth. And this is just extraordinary. So far, we haven't had any of our witnesses had time in this editing to give any real testimony. It's been cut, chopped, and just completely destroyed. They haven't really had time to say anything, only little clips that give impressions. This is for a public who's not educated about this subject, who is emotionally based. This is for not intellectual consumption. It is for emotionally based consumption. It leaves you with impressions and ideas, not facts and figures. When we're dealing with a problem like this, we need to look at the aluminum, the barium in the soils, in the rainwater, the UV damage we see taking place, the plant damage we see taking place, the diseases that are being induced. These are very visible, scientifically quantifiable damage that we see, but none of that is being brought up because they don't want to alarm the public. The idea in this piece is to quell the fears of the public, so those people who have some friend or family member who keeps talking about this can be marginalized in their mind so that these people will not even look at it. All right, here we go. We're going to introduce the debunkers. Now, this is where your blood might start to boil, if it hasn't already.
Have you ever looked at the websites debunking your documentary?
Yeah.
Look at that. I'm not even going to say the whole name of this site. This site is full of lies and disinformation. This website has lied about me personally, has lied about conversations with Dane. I'll specifically tell you this one instance. The very first phone call we had, which was not recorded, and I wish it was, before we had a console to control what was going on, we had this call-in show like we have now, except it was less sophisticated. We weren't able to quiet members or mute people. And what happened is somebody got on there, one of these debunkers who are associated with these debunking sites, and said, we just need to shoot them down. And Dane immediately responded and said, look, you know, I know that this is difficult. We all are very upset about this. It's a very hard issue to deal with, and we all feel this way. But blah, blah, and went on to explain that shooting them down, violence is not the answer. What they did is they took the audio, or they on this website here, or the companion website. It appeared these are controlled. This is run by the same person. This website you're seeing here and the other big debunking website, same person. They lied and they said that somebody on the call said we should just shoot them down, and then they said that Dane said we all feel that way. That was his response. It's a complete lie. Complete lie. Dane did not say it right after that. He said we feel bad, we're upset, we're stressed, and we all feel that way. I mean, we all feel stressed, overwhelmed, it's hard to deal with. That's what we all feel like, because this issue is stressful, it's hard to deal with, it's hard to cope with. And he was emphasizing that point, and he was having empathy, empathizing with that point. That's what he was doing, but they lied. And I want to say that straightforward and right up on the because I saw this personally right up front, because that is the kind of people we're dealing with. And now you watch what Joe is going to do with his buddy at this wonderful debunking website that loves to lie about people.
One of them is saying that you guys tested sludge, not water, and that dirt is naturally 7% aluminum, and that's...
Okay, this is a complete diversion as well. I had Francis Mengels on a few months ago, and we had one of the debunkers associates actually call in and make the same claim, and Francis just blew it out of the water by explaining that this was a complete lie. This test was not sludge at all. This test, you will have traces in rainwater of other minerals, and they were saying because these other minerals were present that it was sludge, which is just is serious of a lie as the one I just told you about what was being told with Dane. And so Joe focuses on this lie, and Michael Murphy tries to deflect the lie or tries to deal with it, but obviously we're not even dealing in the realm of truth here. This is just another debunking tactic. And of course you got to remember that dirt is not pure aluminum. The aluminum that you find in soils is in clays, and it's called bauxite, and it requires a complex method of extraction. Just keep that in mind. All right, let's move forward to 641.
what you're finding.
Dirt does have naturally aluminum. It does have barium.
Well, what is sludge?
Okay, at 641, I want to say issues are never properly answered, even though Michael knows that it's not sludge that was tested, but repeatable rainwater tests. Michael's explanation was that was it edited out? Why was he not allowed to actually refute this false claim? They started talking about sludge and what it is, which isn't even the issue. The issue is what was really tested. And my question is, why wasn't rainwater used? Why weren't all these tests shown in this that we're having all over? We're elevated aluminum. I just posted last night another test, two tests that were sent to me that showed elevated aluminum in rainwater, coming from all over the world. Both Global Skywatch and Geoengineering Watch, which are two of the leading sites. Plus we have aircraft.org, which is another wonderful site. There are many wonderful sites. I've got a whole list of links on the Global Skywatch website to other wonderful sites that are exposing this epic issue to the public. We have test results showing elevated aluminum and barium. It's never brought up. We have to ask ourselves, is Joe's crew such horrible researchers that they could not find the time to do a 2-minute Google search and find all of this or present all of this? No. Again, this is a hit piece. All right, by this time, Joe is saying that sludge is not evidence of them spraying anything. So let's move forward to Joe's conclusion here.
It's
Maybe
water mixed with dirt. That's not evidence of anybody spraying anything.
You're buying
Being
into this,
tested.
which
Listen, man, they're not buying. You're admitting. Do you admit that the ground itself contains levels of aluminum?
Of course, the ground was not mixed with water in it.
It says sludge.
The ground was not mixed with water in that. But so Michael did refute it. He is saying the ground was not mixed with water. We're talking about a water test here, but what does Joe do? He points to the debunking website that we know tells lies, and he's saying, but it says, as if there's some reason to give this website some incredible credibility. Why does he have such leniency towards this website? But Joe is really trying to make Michael look bad by saying, do you admit that the ground itself, you know, he's in an accusational mode, trying to put Michael on defensive, at least in an emotional point of view. If you're watching this intellectually, you would have heard Michael just make that statement that the ground was not mixed with the water. But in an emotional, if you're watching this emotionally, not engaging your left brain, you get the feeling that Michael is on the defensive, which discredits him. Now at 7, in a few seconds, you're going to hear they edit a piece to make it look like they're arguing about this one test chemtrail science website claims to be sludge, yet emitting dozens of perhaps other repeatable tests. Okay, I've already said that. I've also told you earlier that even my rainwater here tests 300 micrograms per liter of aluminum. The EPA maximum contaminant level, the MCL, is 50 micrograms per liter, so we're 6 times over the maximum allowed drinking water in our rainwater. They're going to bring this up on this investigative discussion. You know the answer. Let's move forward.
What is sludge?
It's water mixed with ground.
We can move on.
It seems like this has to be done again.
I will stand firm to this test.
I will stand firm to this test. It makes it look like he's conceding that this test had sludge. And he points at the screen that says it has sludge. But what Michael just said is that it didn't contain ground. The water didn't contain ground. So to the left brain person, you see what Michael is saying. But again, this is a hit piece for people who aren't carefully listening, who are listening with their right brain, with their emotions, not with their intellect. All right, here we go.
Sites have an agenda.
I mean, you have an agenda as well, right? Your agenda is to prove that it's a conspiracy.
Okay, putting Michael right back in the defensive seat, saying after Michael says they have an agenda, saying that accusing Michael of having an agenda. The amazing thing here is that you've got to understand that the people who are new here is that the CFR even confessed this not long ago, that there's a tremendous amount of money being spent to confuse the public about this issue. That's exactly, almost word for word, what they said. What issue are they talking about? They're talking about geoengineering. There's a tremendous amount of money being spent to confuse the public on this issue. Really? Where's that money coming from? Military contractors? The government? That money is part of the disinformation infrastructure that keeps the public confused about this subject. And in the literature of those who conduct these kinds of disinformation programs, they even admit that keeping the public confused, keep them exhausted by confusing them with this data and that data and this conflict and that conflict, is one of the methods that they use to keep the public out, because they don't even want people to think about this. They want them to be too exhausted to even go into it. All right, 717, you're going to see him say, they tested sludge, not water, and they zoom in on this phrase, making it look like this is the only test done and that it was done correctly, which is not true. They're completely misrepresenting this test.
Agenda is to prove that it's not. He could be just paranoid, right?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, could be just paranoid. Here they are once again talking about trying to associate paranoia with this whole thing, which is of course not what it's all about. It's ridiculous. This is a method that's used. I want to segue here for just a moment. Let me read to you a little piece of an article that I wrote years ago, because when I first found that my amalgam fillings had mercury in them, one of the first websites that come up when I search for this was the Quackwatch website. The Quackwatch website is another disinformation website, just like Contrail Science website is, that has all kinds of lies and disinformation on it. And I wrote this. Let me read a little excerpt from this article, because in the Quackwatch website on amalgam fillings, they tried to say, they tried to discredit Hal Huggins and the book It's All in Your Head, which I highly recommend reading. The article by Stephen Barrett makes quotes from the book that, although being accurate, are taken out of context or have parts omitted that completely change the resulting conclusion of the statement. Of course, this is a common way that they lie to the public, is the omissions, out of context. Okay, as an example, referring to Huggins' book It's All in Your Head, the author makes this statement, and the author being the Quackwatch website, the lying website. Here's what they say. Huggins says in early tests were sporadic and unpredictable. This means about how much mercury that they were able to get out of the body, or how many patients' bodies responded to the removal of amalgam immediately on their own with no supplementation. And here's the quote. Huggins said, from Quackwatch, Huggins said early results were sporadic and unpredictable. At best, only 10% of the patients responded. Okay, so they put that little thing in. Huggins does say that. But he follows it up by saying this. Looking back at the 70s now, this is what Huggins actually says in his book after this. He says, I know why my patients responded only 10% of the time. And then he goes on to explain, my success rate, after he corrected what he knew was wrong, went up 50, 60, and 70%, which is a phenomenal success rate at provoking the body to get rid of this mercury after removal. But guess what? That's never stated in the Quackwatch statement. So anybody who reads the Quackwatch article is left with the idea that only 10% of the patients responded, when really, after Huggins made a correction, not a correction, but an improvement in his methods, went up 50, 60, and 70%, which is phenomenal and very, very important for so many people who have amalgam fillings in their mouth. But they omit that. But how could they admit that when it's in the same book and even nearby and related to this previous statement? Was it just a mistake? No, it's disinformation. It's a hit piece. All right, now we're going back to 720. We're going to get back to our video. They're talking about controlling the weather. Michael has a denial on his face, denial smile on his face at 720. We don't even know if his statements are in context. Michael then says, I think the debate is over. This implies that Michael is done arguing and is unwilling to face the facts. That's what the right-brained, uneducated about this issue audience will take away from this. Okay, watch this.
Do you have enough evidence to make a clear and definitive statement?
They're talking about controlling weather. I think the debate is over.
Do you have enough evidence? Asked Joe. And then the response that's edited in, I think the debate is over. All right, what the general public takes away from this is that Michael is walking away from this debate. He doesn't want to debate anymore because he doesn't have the evidence. That's what the public takes away from this, which we know is not true, because if you watch his movies bring forth tremendous amounts of evidence. Sigh. What can you say about these kinds of lies? Why do we have these kind of people in the world? Because it's money and profit and control. Now let's watch what our good boy Hero Joe has to say. And he's going to nail the coffin closed right here.
I'm not buying what Michael Murphy's selling.
Look at that. Very determined, very strong. I'm not buying, as if Michael Murphy, he's implying that Michael Murphy is selling something. He has the implication. Now, of course, we know that that's not what that phrase means, but there's a subconscious implication that Michael Murphy is profiting from this somehow, even though we know that he gives his videos away. Is that ever mentioned in this so-called investigative hit piece? No, it's never mentioned. And at the same time, they have a shot of Michael being kind of angry, looking in the direction of the 3-up shot we have here of Joe. So Michael is a defeated foe, and Joe is not buying it. All right, that's the way the real world works in disinformation. All right. All right, I'm even more skeptical now. He's going to drive the point home. I don't think he knows enough about the weather to be talking about this. So he's just going to nail this issue into the floor. So watch this, and then comes our hero's buddy after
I'm
this.
even more skeptical now. I don't think he knows enough about the weather to be talking about this, so I'm going to talk to a guy who does.
Okay, I'm going to talk to a guy who does. Here we go. Here's the hero's buddy. Now you're going to see the tone change. All right. What he just said, he's now going to talk to a guy who does. So the guy that's about to come in knows enough about the weather to be talking about it. All right. So he's setting all the foes up for a fall, and let's see what happens here.
His name is Scott Stevens. He's a meteorologist, and he is a chemtrail believer.
Okay. Look at this wonderful face here. Now, Scott Stevens, he says, he's setting Scott Stevens up because he says, I'm going to talk to a guy who does. This guy is the one. So now he's doing the same thing with Scott Stevens he did with Michaels. He's setting him up for the fall. He says, this is the guy who's got the authority. He's the one who's going to convince us. We just lost out with Michael Murphy, even though it was ridiculous because Michael Murphy never had the chance in the way it was edited to say anything of any substance. We're moving on to the next person. He's being set up exactly the same way Michael was. Now watch when he says he's a chemtrail believer. That's the clip we just saw. Look at the face. He's a believer. That's a fanatic face right there. That's somebody with wide eyes who's naive and somebody who believes anything he's told. He's a chemtrail believer. Look at that face. Who wants to associate with someone who's unintelligent, who has a face going around all day like that? Joe is a professional. He knows what he's doing. The editors are professionals. The whole crew understands what the point of this so-called investigation is all about. Now we're going to go forward, and we're going to move more quickly now and zoom through parts of this. Let's move to minute 9.
First of all, man, thank you very much. Then I'll cleared off his way, and it is crisscross patterns across the sky. What do you believe is happening?
See this square in the clouds?
All right, so now we're going to have Scott talk about a square in the clouds. Again, are we really addressing the fact that they're spraying? We're talking about, okay, we segued then, or Joe changed the subject to controlling the weather before we even established whether or not they were spraying. He debunked that they were spraying, or at least really discredited it in the public's eyes. Then he moved on to the subject and said, well, is the spraying changing the weather? Well, how can they be changing the weather if they're not spraying? So we have a logical inconsistency here that the public has to draw the conclusion that none of this stuff is making any sense, really. And now we're going to edit Scott Stevens, and we had Scott on earlier, and I really appreciate him showing, who revealed to us what I already knew, is that they edited the heck out of this thing, so Scott never got a chance to really say anything that he really wanted to say, or the things he did. He had 80 or 90 minutes. He said the things, but what I really mean to say is that they weren't edited into the piece. So here we go, the square clouds.
With the ice crystals weeping off of this, so something is coming this way, and it is this square void.
Isn't that normal for clouds? Like random weird patterns?
But they're not random. Clouds are supposed to be round. Well, look at this square cloud out here over Billings, Montana, and here's a void. Exactly matches the shape and orientation of this cloud. That shouldn't happen, and this happens frequently.
Okay, Scott is going to say a term, which is an opportunity that's going to be seized by Joe. He's going to say the term zombie storms, and we're going to have a reaction. This is a great opportunity for Joe to impose or lead the audience with an emotion of fanaticism or incredibility because of that term, because zombies are always associated with science fiction or fringe types of things. So here we go.
Delta, some of their data, some of the change that they're not considering. And in my opinion, it's zombie storm.
There we go. There's the skeptic face. Our hero is skeptical, and that's being portrayed in this cutaway. All right, we're going to move forward quite a bit where Joe is going to say, so you firmly believe this, in a very skeptical voice and skeptical face. Now, I'm skipping over a lot of material here to save time because we need to get to the end of this broadcast, and I've got to show you what I want you to see because I want to tie this whole thing together. Last two broadcasts that I made, I exposed a lot of information about the religious beliefs that these people have and why they do what they do, and what really drives them. And if you really, really want to understand what's behind all of this, the further down the rabbit hole you look into these people's lives, you find the more bizarre things. You'll be shocked at what you find. And but this has to be exposed because these people exude a tremendous amount of influence on the public, and by discrediting this truth to the public, they are allowing this spraying to continue for a longer period of time, which is causing more people to be harmed by it. It's allowing it to continue for a longer period of time. This is aiding and embedding what I believe is the largest crime against humanity in human history. So, so there's our skeptical face. Let's move forward to 1044. So you firmly believe this.
You sort of weather
Beast, let's explain.
even this.
What I didn't know for the longest time is who is doing it to the weather engineering, geoengineering, and it's been underway for every bit of 30 years. And that would explain why we have these droughts that are historic, why we have biblical floods in Australia.
So you firmly believe in this.
What I didn't know for the longest time is who is doing it to.
You see how Joe said that? So you firmly believe in this. That's the skeptical voice. Everybody recognizes that. Joe is again leading the audience and applying social pressure to keep other people from wanting to even go near this subject. 1050, we got Joe's nice skeptical face. Let's take a nice look.
Ooh, Russians against us against Chinese.
There's another skeptical face. We don't even know if this is in sync with the conversation. This could be a cutaway that was done earlier, later. We don't know. Probably it's being edited in purposefully at this time for the purpose of leading the audience. Well, what they want to do is they want to nail the coffin shut with Scott, because Scott has a number of videos that are very interesting, that uncover interesting patterns and information. So if anybody goes on YouTube, they want to discredit him thoroughly because he's also another central figure in this. So they've got to take down his credibility. So let's look at Scott coming across. He wasn't coming across freaky enough, so they had to actually mention Nibiru. Now this is a subject that Scott believes in. He's got apparently a scientist that he's a friend with who knows about this. This is not an area of my specialty that I know much about, so I don't talk about it much. I really don't know, but it's a subject that the public finds, because of mainstream media, to be really, really fringing out there. So it's a great opportunity for mainstream media to ridicule Scott if they know nothing about this, because it just sounds that way if you don't know anything about the subject. So anyway, they took advantage of, Joe took advantage of something he saw on the computer screen. I guess it was a YouTube video that had Nibiru on it, and brought this up as Scott graciously explained to us earlier. So take a look at this segment here. Scott says they are a benevolent race. Of course, this stuff is way off subject, but really their purpose isn't to get to the bottom of any truth here. Their purpose is to discredit leaders in this movement. So here we go.
What is going on? And then I just kind of settled back that part of keeping the economic system going is consumption at higher prices.
I saw you had Nibiru on your desktop.
Mm-hmm. It exists.
Nibiru exists.
They're a benevolent race.
Nibiru. If you've never heard of it, Nibiru is supposedly a planet. On Nibiru live these aliens called the Anunnaki. And the story goes that they actually created human beings. If you're willing to believe that giant aliens from another planet created people, I guess chemtrails aren't such a big stretch after all.
Okay, so there's a wonderful face for you, and he's ridiculing. He's basically discrediting the messenger. Scott hasn't really had a chance to say much, as any of these witnesses have had. This is not investigative journalism. This is eat my pizza while I watch TV type of show that is just trying to make people give in to social pressure, not even look at this subject, to make it, because it would be too socially threatening. We don't want to hang around with people who believe strange things. So it's all about social pressure, like I've said over and over again. Let's watch the next few seconds. They really capitalize on some of the statements Scott Stevens said, even though these are completely off. they're really using these statements to demonize his credibility.
That's pretty nutty stuff, right?
So is communication via wireless.
It is.
We are incredible beings, Joe. Incredible.
What can we do that we don't know about?
What can't we do? We've been kept from knowing that there are people from the stars.
Okay, here's coming up now to all that statement. They're taking great advantage of all these statements because Scott Stevens does have these beliefs, so they're way off subject here, but they don't care about that. All they care is about assassinating his character. So watch this next face. I call this the oh boy face.
Once they're aware.
There it is. I hope this is coming across right on the stream. All right, let's move forward here. In 10 seconds, we have the uh-oh, here we go, freaky face. Again, more social pressure put out by our hero, Joe, who is leading the audience emotionally.
People are going to then ask, what else do I need to know about? What else is there out there that they have not been forthright about? And that, I believe, is HARP. Really? Seriously. HARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program.
Uh-oh, here we go. HARP. Every conspiracy theorist's ears just got a little bit bigger. For those of you who don't know what HARP is, it's a top secret military installation that some believe is being used to weaponize the weather.
Okay, he introduces this subject, goes on a little bit, but for the sake of time, I'm going to move forward. And we're going to talk about, let's see, we're going to move forward here. Let me take a look at my notes here. Yeah, well, you just heard him say every conspiracy theorist's ears, you know, he's associating all of these things with conspiracy theorists, which have been, of course, demonized in mainstream media. This is all simple stuff, but it's very effective with a non-thinking public, a public who is too afraid to get involved in something that they think they might be ridiculed by from other people. So, all right, so let's look forward here. At 12:37, they associate the weather. Joe associates the weather with chemtrails once again. Let's take
going on. These storms, even though it's clear that something's going on, I'm not buying that chemtrails are causing all these things.
Okay, well, first of all, he's already tried to debunk chemtrails, so how could chemtrails be causing these things if they're not happening? Again, we have a logical inconsistency that subconsciously is picked up by people, even though consciously it may not be. And he's not buying it, so he's also applying social pressure. You've seen all this going before. We're getting tired of seeing it, but this is the way mainstream media works, and you have to watch for these details because people respond to this. Let's look for his oh boy face coming in 2 seconds.
I'm going to talk to a man next. His name is Mick West, and he runs a debunking website.
Okay, we're going to talk to Mick West now. Sorry, I skipped over that. No problem. Let's move forward anyway. We're going to talk to a man next. Okay, we're talking to a man next. Now listen how he talks about Mick West. This is where the tune completely changes. If it wasn't obvious enough that this is a hit piece before, now it's right in your face. All right? All right, here we go. Let's see what he has to do with the guy who runs the websites that lied outright, told blatant lies about me and Dane. What is he going to say about this wonderful guy?
Clearly and scientifically.
What? Clearly and scientifically does what? What does he do clearly and scientifically? Because none of our other witnesses, Kristen is not clear, even though she has degrees. Scott has degrees. Michael has researched this in great detail. These people are all very knowledgeable and could lecture on these and have lectured on these subjects, but none of them were clear and scientific. They were all clanking claims. But Mick West comes along from the debunking website, which we know lies about people, and he is going to clearly and scientifically do something. And what is that he's going to do?
Analyzes all of the problems with the conspiracy theories behind chemtrails.
He is going to analyze. He doesn't make claims. He clearly and scientifically analyzes all of the problems behind the conspiracy theorist claims. The conspiracy theorist, what? Did he actually say the word claims?
Analyzes all of the problems with the conspiracy theories behind chemtrails.
With a conspiracy theory. No, he didn't say claims there, but he might as well have. Nevertheless, here we go again. Now we're seeing the incredible bias because he analyzes clearly and scientifically when all of our other witnesses can do nothing more than make claims. Let's go ahead a few seconds here, and we're going to see where he says, thanks for taking. What is he going to do? Is Mick West going to make claims? No, listen what Joe says. Thank you for taking the time to what? Make claims? No, listen what he says.
Well, hello, Mick. Thanks for taking the time to educate us. Yep.
Ah, Mick West is not making claims. He is coming to graciously educate us, clearly and scientifically educate us. Have you seen the tone change here? All right, let's move ahead and watch the disinformation flow.
Now, how did you get involved in this debunking of chemtrails?
I've always been interested in debunking stuff, and I thought, oh, well, this sounds like a fairly straightforward thing to debunk.
Right.
It's like,
okay, I've always been interested in debunking stuff. This is why somebody goes through all this trouble to set up websites and create lies about things, because it's an interest. They will go to that. If they're really interested in debunking things, they have to be interested in the truth. But I already know personally that they have no interest in the truth because I have seen them lie. Personally, I mean, they just lie. And so that statement just doesn't seem to hold water.
like the gateway drug of conspiracy theorists.
What a great way to slam conspiracy theorists. It's the gateway drug of conspiracy theorists. And our hero laughs at that. And laughter is an expression of power. If you understand how that's interpreted by the public or interpreted subconsciously, it's an expression of power. Look at this. What a great statement. This is Joe agrees with this statement. It's such a great statement. It deserves the first belly laugh of the entire show.
To get sucked into.
What a great way to describe it.
What a great way to describe it. And he backs up Mick already. Hasn't even heard a word Mick has to say, has falsely edited, cut out all the explanation of all of our experts that have spoken so far, but yet Mick has a great way to describe it. Now watch in a few seconds how engaged Joe is in this conversation.
No, it's impossible to make a mile-wide trail by spraying powder.
Okay, are chemtrails real? Mick says, no, it's impossible to make a mile-wide trail by spraying powder. Blatantly false. I mean, that's just ridiculous. We see it all the time. That's not science. He's making a false claim right there, which is on its face is ridiculous. But nevertheless, it made it into this investigative piece. All right, let's watch Joe's deep interest and engaged face, because he's a good student of this so-called expert who's here to educate us scientifically.
All what happens when a plane flies through the air is that it triggers a cloud. It's not actually really making a cloud. The cloud was ready to happen anyway. Yeah.
You see that engaged face? It's a serious, he's scowling a little bit, but with interest and with engagement. So our hero, the person who's leading the social pressure, is engaged and interested in this story. Okay, we're going to move quickly. It's not too much longer. We're going to move on to some other material and finish this up. But this is such an important subject that you see all of these details and that you recognize what is going on in this video for what it is, because I hate lies. I'm sick and tired of being lied to, and I'm sick and tired of having my life shortened and turned into a constant pain scenario because of the spraying. Smelling it day and night, it is getting really, really tiresome. And we need to expose this crime against humanity to the public. And these people who debunk this and think that maybe they're having fun, maybe they're making money, who knows how they're being compensated, why somebody would lie to discredit the truth that is so blatantly on our face, never bring up any of the real opposing audience, why somebody would do this. They must be receiving compensation. I'm quite sick of it, and I'm very passionate about this, and I hope that you are too, because it affects everybody. Let's move on quickly. In a few seconds, Joe will say, do you think it's possible? Mick West says, high-resolution photographs, blah, blah, blah. Let's listen to what he says.
It's a cloud like this. So this is a picture that's 100 years old. Here's another one.
So these clouds have always existed. Do you think that it is?
These clouds have always existed. Those aren't even pictures of chemical aerosols. Those are pictures of the waves that we see all the time now. He has one picture of something 100 years ago. I did a debate with a pilot not too long ago who comes from the same camp as these fellows, and he had one of the last resorts when you're in a debate is you do all these things, you discredit the messenger, you try to marginalize, but he finally, at the end of the debate, he said he resorted to what I call changing history. That's the final thing you have to do when you have nothing else to stand on. You have to say, well, it's always been this way. And when he did, the mediator said, well, what do we have? And he says, well, if you go back to 1951 or something, it was in the 50s, you can see photographs. And I interrupted and said, why do we have to go back to the 50s to see all of these trails in the sky that should have been in the sky all along? Because these jet engines have always worked on the same principles. What, they were in the 50s and then they had a 30 or 40-year gap and then they appeared again? It's just absolutely ridiculous and shameful, the methodologies, the tactics that they resort to try to debunk this. Okay, let me get off my soapbox here and get down here. He's showing, not even showing chemtrails, he's showing these wave files, and they're preying upon the ignorance of the public because they really don't know the difference, and the public probably looks at those wave-looking clouds and thinks that our claim is that they're chemtrails. And then here's the debunker here, and Joe, our hero, apply social pressure against it, and they're preying on ignorance, and that's one of the tactics that they use. So let's move forward here. Mick is going to say wild speculation about HAARP could actually do blah, earthquakes, change weather, but we have to ask. But this is what their own patents say it can do. And this is another thing that's never brought up, is that the patents, and this was even on the HAARP website years ago, people captured it from the website, is that it can change weather and induce earthquakes. This is not me, this is from their own website. But yet now it's become wild speculation. So what are they doing here? They're resorting to changing history because there's nothing else to stand on.
Possible that someone, for some reason, is spraying anything in the air.
Obviously, it's possible to spray things out of planes, but as the military doing it secretly, we're very, very hard because the planes are visible. You will be able to take high-resolution photographs of the planes and see if they were spraying anything.
You would be able to take high-resolution pictures of planes and see if they were spraying it. It'd be easy to tell. No, it wouldn't, because, again, the patents show that these powdered metals are injected into the engines. This is the method they use, because then they can sell this lie to the public that these are harmless condensation trails, which is exactly what they're doing, even teaching this to children. Why is there suddenly all these websites from NASA and these other institutes talking about chemtrails? Why are they sending the children outside to count the trails in the sky? Why it's now suddenly in textbooks after never having this kind of appearance? Because this is damage control, this is counterintelligence, this is disinformation, this is social control. There's no other way to put it than that. These are tactics to marginalize this subject so the public doesn't get involved. All right, we're at 13:55. Mick is, let's move forward to 14:23. Skip a little time here. Mick is going to talk about wild speculation, so hold on to your seats.
This doesn't necessarily the evidence. What are your thoughts on weather manipulation in the first place? What are your thoughts on like HAARP?
Okay, what are your thoughts on HAARP? Because he's asking the scientific expert who's going to scientifically analyze this, and this guy, the same guy, he thanked him for coming to educate them, while all the other people are just making claims. Here's what the master debunker says.
Well, it's really wild speculation about what HAARP could actually do.
Wild speculation, really, taken from their own website, which you already contradicted two subjects about what they said, Mick?
It could, create earthquakes and change the weather.
Right, the very two things that came from their website, that was scrubbed from their website and has since been removed and never put back. Why did they have that on there to begin with? I guess the subject got a little too hot. They really didn't want the public to know that it could do these things, so they had to scrub the website. Thank goodness for the archives.
But that's just basically wild speculation. Just because there's HAARP patterns that say you can cause earthquakes, it doesn't mean anything.
The fears of HAARP, you feel, are just based on ignorance.
Yeah.
I want you to catch this little thing. At 14:33, Joe emphatically says yes. This is kind of another subconscious affirmation. Let's take a look at this.
Change the weather.
Watch this. Here it comes.
Basically wild speculation. Just because there's HAARP patterns that say you can cause earthquakes, it doesn't mean anything.
All right. He's yes, a very sure, very determined yes while Mick is talking. Really provides lots of social pressure for people to believe it. and shows that the hero agrees, the emotionally leading hero agrees with our debunker. All right. Listen to this next statement. We're going to hear fears. Now, here's a pivotal key, because this is what the debunk. Now, this is not in here by accident, people. What the phrase you're going to hear is the pivotal, the central point that that mainstream media has tried to project on researchers who have uncovered these criminal conspiracies. They try to associate them with fear that comes from ignorance. That has been the ongoing theme from the beginning. Listen to what they say here. No accident. This is intentional association that's in sync with all of the other disinformation that has continually come for years to try to belittle, to marginalize true researchers.
Fears of HARP, you feel, are just based on ignorance.
Yeah.
Fears of HARP are based on ignorance. Did anybody mention that they were fearful of HARP before? No, they're implying this on the people. They didn't say they were afraid of it. They say they were exposing it. They don't like what it's doing. They think it's dangerous. Does that mean they're afraid? Is everybody afraid of things that are dangerous? That's an implication. But associating people with fear marginalize them. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're killing the messengers here. Understand that I call mercury the fear drug. Mercury is very widespread, has been induced in people for a long time, and fears can be induced. You have lots of claustrophobia, you have panic attacks, you have things that are associated with fear psychologically that are also associated with the presence of mercury in the body. This is a very interesting study when you learn about the emotional effects of mercury, which is something that's been put in people and has been defended by the establishment for decades, vehemently defended, to the point when Dr. Boyd Haley made amazing discoveries between mercury and autism. They took all his funding away. Thank you very much. You did a great job. We are no longer, and they stated this publicly, they said, we are no longer going to fund mercury studies. Really, why? He makes an incredible study that could lead to the removal of the removal of mercury so that we can conquer these diseases such as autism. And immediately they pull the funding. Why? It's simple. It's not complicated. They pull the funding because he got too close to the truth. And if he did any more research, it would have been completely irrefutable. I think it is already irrefutable. It's just that they didn't want any more evidence against them. They're trying to marginalize the subject as much as possible. All right, enough about a segue into being fearful. There is one thing, there is a statement that I want to read here real quick about people who are fearful, because the mainstream media has tried to associate fear and paranoia with conspiracy theorists. And I want to read something to you, a short article I wrote called Those Who Call Conspiratorialists Are Those Who Call Are Conspiratorialists Paranoid. Let me read this to you real quick, because this is something that really needs to be said, because they have everything absolutely backwards. There are two types of people in the world who call conspiratorialists paranoid. Number one, those who conspire. Why would they do that? Because they want to discredit those who are accusing them of crimes. And number two, those who are paranoid. Well, those who conspire become paranoid because they don't want to be accused. All right, people who conspire to commit conspiracies call conspiracy researchers paranoid. Keep in mind that the vast majority, over 95% of white-collar crime involves two or more people, which is by definition a conspiracy. These conspiracy researchers, they call them paranoid in order to discredit their character and to disassociate them from the populace. Ironically, it works because much of the populace are fearful followers and don't want to be associated with those called paranoid in the media. These types are fearful and are controlled by the opinions of others. There are people who are very controlled by the opinions of others, and it's a sad thing. We need to overcome that in our lives and be able to have the strength to stand up for what's true, regardless of what others think. Yes, the act of associating paranoia with research into large crimes and cover-ups is nothing more than a character assassination followed by social disassociation, an age-old political technique used by swindlers and corrupt media spin doctors. So why do those who conspire assassinate the characters of conspiracy researchers? Because they fear that if too many people find out about the conspiracy they are conducting, then they will eventually be caught punished, and properly prosecuted. By assassinating the character of researchers, those who conspire hope to create division between those who know the truth and the general public. They hope this will limit the number of new people who discover the large-scale cover-ups are well-founded and often provable, and hence they hope to be able to continue to conspire unhindered by a growing public awareness of their activities, ultimately in an attempt to avoid punishment. Who are those who are paranoid? The truth is, everyone I've ever known who researched global cover-ups and conspiracies has eventually become a full-blown conspiratorialist, one who believes that large-scale cover-ups do exist. Yes, everyone. This has occurred because it is really quite easy to research many large-scale conspiracies because there is no lack of hard evidence supporting them. The only people who do not know about the massive and convincing evidence supporting, virtually proving numerous current global cover-ups are those who, number one, have never heard about such things, or number two, have heard about such things but are too afraid to learn more. They simply don't want to know and prefer to remain willfully ignorant. People who study and recognize the level of corruption currently in many governments of the world are not fearful in making statements about conspiracies. They are being scientific and analytical, and they are exuding formidable courage to pursue this research. They are not afraid to face hard truth. In contrast, fearful people avoid hard truth. The irony about this accusation that conspiracy researchers are paranoid is that those who do nothing to learn about corruption and large cover-ups are in reality the fearful ones. It can rightly be said that they can't handle the truth. Yes, the opposite of what the commonly promoted myth is, claiming that conspiracy researchers are paranoid. It's really the other way around. In fact, I used to have meetings where we had lectures, and I used to organize these meetings when I was back involved with this political group, and people never came back to a second meeting. And after my first meeting, after the second meeting, nobody came back. I went to some of the friends that I knew, and I said, just tell me, no judgment, but tell me what we're doing wrong. You know what the answer was? It's too scary. We had people give lectures that had hard evidence about what was going on, and it was too scary. So instead of facing the fear, they run away from it. In fact, they prefer to live in delusion, in untruth, than face the truth and face their fears. How can you grow if you're not willing to face your fears? Freedom cannot flourish if we're not willing to be courageous. If you are not courageous, you will lose your freedoms, and that's exactly what's happening today. Let's move right along. We're almost done, and then I'm going to show you some mind-blowing footage that I want to share with you, although I've been very split about whether I should or not. We're going to move forward to 1429. Mick West Joe says Mick puts the last nail in the coffin. Is that what he's really going to do? Listen.
West put the last nail in the chemtrail coffin for me.
He put the last nail in the coffin. There are no nails in the coffin. None of these people got to say anything. There is no scientific evidence being brought forth in any of these segments by any of these witnesses. All they've done is made claims, according to Joe. And so the last nail's in the coffin. But what has Mick West said? What, 5 sentences, 6 sentences? He agreed that no, these trails don't spread out over a mile wide, yet I've witnessed this for the last 7, 8 years myself. People all over the world have witnessed this, but it doesn't happen. And although you can spray things from planes, it's not happening. So that's how you put the last nail in the coffin. Again, this is not an investigative show. This is a hit piece. So the emotional conclusion to that statement is no evidence has been presented at all, the conclusion becomes obvious in the eyes of people watching. Let's go ahead 5 minutes and finish this up. In this next shot, we see Joe showing empathy, talking about these poor people. We're going to go ahead to Joe needs to maintain credibility. He needs to maintain the position of the hero so he can lead the audience, so he can still have influence. You have to have integrity to have influence. You have to be believable to have influence. Influence is directly related to how much people believe you, and how much people believe you is based on your credibility. And credibility is emotionally related to your empathy and other human attributes that show emotional concern for other people. People give you credibility if you're an empathetic person. And so here they're doing that at 20 minutes into this show. Joe, and this happens throughout the show, but I'm skipping ahead to save time. Listen to, he says, these poor people.
Although he doesn't believe that HARP can be but if loud actually and possibly dog a bunch of in the wind. Here's the other thing that people think HARP is responsible for. There's a thing in Windsor, Ontario, Canada called the Windsor Hum. These poor people that live in this town.
There he is. He's having empathy to gain credibility. The hero has to be empathetic. Concession. Later in the show, they admit that there is something to HARP. He says there is something to it, which of course lends credibility to the show because there is something to it, but that's not really saying anything. If you say there is something to this, but in your whole, hour-long show or however long this was, you haven't really said anything. So you haven't come to any conclusions, and you've kept the public disinformed. They still haven't learned anything. They feel like they've learned something. It's a purely emotional thing. They feel like they've learned something, but they actually haven't learned anything. All right, let's move forward. He's got to maintain his hero facade. So one of the statements he makes is he needs to know if it's true now. He's got this urgency for the truth. Watch him expressing this urgency for the truth because he's got to be an empathetic person so that he can maintain his credibility as the hero.
Mesa or the plateau, that's around 40 or 50 vibrations per second. That's very deep.
So that's
Around
a very
100.
strange sound.
Yeah, it is.
What do you think that is? You think that's HARP? That's what you think? That's it. So.
Sorry, here we go.
So to generate that kind of sound and to have it come from the sky, you know of no other method.
Watch
I
this.
need to know if it's true now. Now we've created a huge problem. I need to know if this is true.
There he is. There's our hero. He's concerned. He really cares. You've got to ask yourself, if someone isn't willing to get 10 minutes on the internet and uncover all of the evidence supporting the spraying of these metals in the air and isn't willing to broadcast that, is that someone who really cares about the truth? But yet he's portraying himself as someone who cares here. You've got to understand, this is like I was in theater for 11 years and about a third of the actors, I'm not saying all of them are like this, but a third of the time, these people would come out with their hands up, kind of like Saddam Hussein or something out in front of them, and the audience would go crazy and come up to the stage and grab their hands and shake their hands and applaud them and giving standing ovations, and they'd have a smile on their face and say, "I love you," to the audience, "I love you," and then as soon as they walked behind the curtains, they were swearing and cussing and acting like someone who was possessed or something completely different, and I was disgusted by that. It was like, I really wish that it just irritated me because I wish the public could see the kind of character these people really are. They come out and entertain you with smiles on their faces, and as soon as they walk in the legs into the side curtains where they're not seen by the public or the curtain closes, they become animals. They become, again, I'm not saying that some of them are very nice, but about a third of these actors in performance that would come in were just so fake on stage. They were so opposite when they were off stage, and it was just horrible to watch. Very frustrating. I wanted so much for the public to be able to see the other side of this. All right, let's move ahead. We're going to show Joe real quick. We're going to move quickly here. Joe's getting frustrated.
I question everything
because he cares.
but I keep an open mind.
We got 100 Dale. How did you get involved with this? We said we can know if this. No, we've created a huge problem.
Actually, that's what we just watched. He's getting frustrated. He wants to know. He's determined to know. Next thing, again, the hero has to be concerned. He has to show empathy. So that's what he's doing. Let's see. All right, 34. Let me just take a look at a couple of these quick things at 34.
I need to know if this is true. They're doing this bold cut back here. Paper.
All right, 34, 12.
Brooks is going to blow my mind. So I'll go ahead and turn it.
Another setup. He says this is going to blow his mind. This guy's going to do an experiment that shows that an ionization, that you can ionize air and it will actually move moisture very quickly in like in a minute time or something like this. He clears all this moisture out, which is true. I've seen this this done many times. This, professors do this, but they're going to debunk this. They're going to say that it was because of heat. But again, they're setting this guy up by saying, you know, he's going to convince us. Again, and the same setup they've done with the previous people that they wanted to debunk. So they wanted to debunk this guy relating to HAARP. This no longer relates to chemtrails. It's about HAARP. So we're going to move quickly.
On right now.
You see Nick's skeptical face there.
Now, there are no fans, there are no heaters, nothing. Just let it stay there. That water vapor is starting to come up, and it's almost all gone now. And you can.
There's Mick West, the debunker who educates scientifically, analyzes, and is there to educate people, as Joe said, while everybody else is making claims on the show. And Mick West has hardly said anything. He's not said anything scientific. He's just expressed these opinions in one or two short sentences here and there. And yet he's portrayed as some kind of expert. Well, they have several cutaways of a skeptical face. Again, they're trying to give credibility to him. So here he is. He's skeptical. He's analyzing. He's looking carefully at this mechanism to give him credibility.
See the turbulence directly around those registers.
I'm starting to see the turbulence.
That's exactly the way HAARP works. And I'm not saying that you could.
There he's looking some more.
But you could move the weather patterns where you wanted them to go.
You can.
All right, so you see they're really playing up Mick, trying to give him credibility. There's another. Now what they did, and they progressively did this. First he was initially looking, then he was looking around with more passion, and now this third shot, he's scowling and he's skeptical. So he's gone from a mild to kind of an analyzation type of mode to an exploratory mode in the second shot, and now he's skeptical. These edits are not accidental. This is done to tell you a story. They want to illustrate a story to you. Now they're going to go ahead and say the heat from this experiment is what actually caused the water vapor to rise, which is not the case. This is a well-known experiment. In fact, I'll skip that part to save us some time. Bottom line is they're debunking somebody who's demonstrating some of the principles of HAARP. Let's skip right ahead to where Joe starts talking about how much nonsense this is.
Right.
Mick, does that make sense? Little, it's up.
I wouldn't want that on my balls. You'd be like, oh, this sucks. Right?
Yep. This guy put a lot of effort into this, and it's obviously nonsense.
It's funny because this is not nonsense. I hope that this will take away a lot of credibility from Joe, because a lot of people, knowledgeable people about air ionization, will quickly realize this. I think it was a mistake on their part to try to debunk this experiment this way, because they're going to have some kickback here, but that's their problem. Kickback is good when people are lying. Here we're going to have a nervous smile as if somebody's being debunked. So let's show the guy who's being discredited here. Let's show his nervous smile at 3551.
Was wrong. It's not.
That's hot. That's
here.
That's hot. It's warm.
Here we go.
That's pretty warm. Yeah.
So there's a nervous smile of the guy being debunked because they just discovered that there's heat coming off of the platform, and they're going to try to say that the heat is what removed the moisture, but we all know that it would take a much longer time for heat to have that effect in that kind of a situation. Nevertheless, it's just more debunking. Let's just scan ahead real quickly. We're approaching midnight Eastern time, so I want to move quickly. Fortunately, we're keeping a lot of people on here. I think you're waiting for the big finale, which I want to share with you. But let's go to see what Joe says about to wrap this thing out.
That's very warm. Very, very warm. Yeah. Man, everything. I'm not a scientist, but if I can tell you your science sucks, then your science really sucks.
Okay, so he's not a scientist, but he says the science is completely illegitimate. So if he can do it, anybody can. So that's Joe's conclusion, even though there is hardly anything that's been said during the show. None of the real evidence has been brought forth, but yet Joe has concluded that the science is completely illegitimate. Let's move forward and cover just the last few points I want to cover.
Brooks might be crazy, but HAARP is
we think HAARP fakers. When you and I are talking when they want it to happen.
That's incredible.
We have damaged the ionosphere with HAARP. You and I are talking about what's happening here on Earth.
Okay, he has another guy here who was a worker. I think he was involved in the construction of HARP complex. He was compartmentalized. He said, you know, the next guy didn't know what he was doing, but yet they're using him to express all these opinions about what HARP does. But how would he know if he's compartmentalized, which he admitted earlier? Another logical fallacy, but they're hoping the public isn't smart enough to pick up on that. A couple of things here. Joe uses facial expressions. Joe makes a face followed by the guest saying they want to be able to collect antimatter. So they're just making everybody who believes in HARP look ridiculous just because this one guy has a very eccentric view, which I personally don't share.
But no one fails to count the universe.
So other universes could be affected by HARP?
We could be affecting our own sun. Now understand, they want to be able to collect antimatter. The only way to store antimatter is in the magnetosphere.
So they want to store antimatter in the magnetosphere.
Exactamente.
HARP beams are going out and damaging other universes, and they're also storing antimatter in the magnetosphere.
All right, so Joe is rightfully debunking these things because I don't think HARP has anything to do with what this guy's talking about. But of course, they utilized this guest and let him talk more than any other guests. Why did they do that? Because the guests did a pretty good job of debunking HARP for them. And so Joe is really capitalizing. The whole production team is capitalizing on this. And Joe's just driving it home with his faces and his sarcastic movements. Again, this is not investigative journalism. These are hit pieces. Let me. Here's a real slam. The guest is going to say there are all sorts of weirdos that blah blah blah, and Joe looks and says, "I believe you." And what Joe is really saying subconsciously to the audience, the real social interpretation of this, is he looks at the guy and he's saying, "You're the weirdo." Here we go.
Seems totally logical.
There's all sorts of weirdos that work around HARP.
I believe you.
Oh, you know, they're using everything in the book. They're throwing all of it. All right, well, last couple clips I want to show before we get to the finale here. 4059, watch out, the guest says. Obviously removing credibility from the guest. There are many casual researchers who would have done a much better job of providing information about HARP. Why does Joe keep picking giving these guests who are compartmentalized and really are just expressing their opinion by their own admission so much airtime? Well, because they're doing a great job of debunking it. So here's the watch out statement, followed by Joe's oh boy face that provides nice social pressure to debunk this whole subject.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Watch out.
There's this. Oh boy, we're dealing with some real weirdos here. That's what that face is saying to the audience of this show. So you have someone on who really doesn't know what HARP does. He's got to talk more than any other guest got to talk. Just about. There's one other guy. There's one guy who got to talk quite a bit, but they drew no conclusions from that. But anyway, more debunking going on. Let's get through this and get to the end of this. Joe's going to summarize this up beginning at 4130.
Okay. There's so much tornado. I agree.
Tornado.
Here's what I learned on my journey.
All right, he's going to sum everything up. They are not spraying evil chemicals on you. Again, I mentioned earlier how the word evil is always associated emotionally with fanaticism. So they use that to remove credibility. They want to associate evil with the chemicals being sprayed in the sky because people who believe that are fanatics. At least that's the message that they want to portray. They look like clouds because they are clouds. Interesting conclusion. We know better.
What people are calling chemtrails are not the government spraying evil chemicals on you. They look like clouds because they are clouds.
All right, in the last talk, I talked about how media lies to you, and one of the methods of lying is called concession. This is when they admit to a lesser wrong to to lend credibility to their position. They admit to something lesser so that they can get away with something greater. So what Joe is going to do here is concede that there is something you should be concerned about. Okay? And this concession lends credibility to him because it is true and everybody already knows it. So he's stating an obvious truth. He's stating the obvious to gain credibility with the audience.
What you really should be concerned with is the fact that they're burning jet fuel over your head to the tune of 93,000 flights a day worldwide.
Okay, what you really should be concerned about, he greatly emphasizes the word really. When in our culture, English-speaking people, when you emphasize the word really like that, what you're saying is only thing you should be concerned about. That is really what that phrase implies, and when you emphasize the word really, it drives it home. All right, let's look at 4207. What he's going to do is he's going to say the HARP thing. It's terrifying when you're too dumb to know who's stupid. That's where I find myself. This statement, it's terrifying when you're too dumb. What he's doing is he's showing humility and including himself on those who are too dumb, but he's saying it's terrifying when you're too dumb. And the subconscious association, again, they use association all the time, is he's making a personal concession to gain credibility, but he slams conspiracy researchers at the same time by associating the word terrifying with the concept of ignorance. Okay, thinking that everybody who's ignorant is terrifying and everybody who believes in conspiracy theories is ignorant. So thereby, if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. And this isn't exactly, isn't this exactly what we've heard over and over from mainstream media about conspiracy theories? So here he is just providing the same mantra that mainstream, he's right in beat with the rest of mainstream media. Why? Because he is mainstream media.
Somebody came up to you and said, hey man, they're thinking about starting fires in the sky where they burn toxic fuel over our heads. You'd be like, oh, I am. Is it far who's stupid? That's where I find that. And the only thing is horrible. And none of them are talking. And I wouldn't talk either. That's where
Here it is.
The HARP thing is a bit more confusing. It's terrifying when you're too dumb to know who's stupid. And unfortunately, that's where I find myself. I don't know who's correct. And the only people who really know are the people that are working at Harvard.
All right.
None of them are talking.
So the people who really know aren't talking. All right. Let's finish this up. There's only 2 more clips from this video I want to play. Just a little sarcasm he throws in at the end. He makes a smirk face when he says the aliens come, they've got some splaining to do. And of course the aliens are a reference to an earlier, to actually Scott Stevens reference, and he makes a smirky face. So he's making another subconscious reference back in slamming an earlier guest, which never had an opportunity to really say anything. But here it is, 42:26, a few seconds ahead here.
And I wouldn't talk either. Just when the aliens come, you got some splaining to do.
Look at that face. It's kind of the smirky, funny face, like we all know this is ridiculous face. Wrinkled forehead, just perceptible smirk on his face. He's very good at what he does. All right, let's look at a couple seconds here, in a couple seconds, and this is the last clip before the final thing I want to show you. Jokingly, the guys are joking at the end, and the guys, when all this joking is really marginalizing this whole subject, and that's really what they want to do. They don't even want the public to look at this subject, because if you take 10 minutes and look at it, you will be inundated with evidence that you have to explain. And the idea between such grand cover-ups as this one is you have to keep people from even looking at the evidence. That's why you have to resort to social pressure. You have to keep them away from the evidence. Everything you can. You've got to point off in the distance and say, that's ridiculous. Don't even go over there. Don't even look at it. You're going to be ostracized. You're going to be ridiculed. They've got to resort to social pressure. That's the only thing they have left. Let's look at the last clip. We have to ask ourselves, if they were serious researchers, first of all, we know they would have uncovered all of the evidence that we have. They haven't mentioned any of the serious evidence, and they marginalized what little stuff was mentioned by their guests. Would they really be joking if they just exposed the largest and most lethal crime against humanity in human history? This short segment eases the fears of those who are watching and are exploring this subject, thinking that Joe is being honest in his research. So it gives him credibility, makes him likable to a certain crowd of people, and it makes people's it lets people, the public, continue to bask in willful ignorance and make them actually feel good about it. So here's some fun we can have about all of these ridiculous subjects. At least that's what they're saying to the public.
Me too. Cue the spooky music.
And there you have it. My hope is that when you watch television in the future, when you watch movies, you will look for all of these devices, that you will be wise to these things, because this has been going on a long time. The people who have ownership of mainstream media use all of the same techniques. They use them all the time. And if you're aware of them, they're no longer useful to you, or they no longer work with you. And part of the evidence that you can find that these things are being covered up is you can see the synchronicity between all of the news stations, all of the movies. They all give you the same messages. They're all pushing you towards a philosophy that matches the new world order. Not my words, the words of presidents. Watch the last two broadcasts that we did here on Global Skywatch, talking about how mainstream media deceives you, and the one before that, where you take a deep trip down the rabbit hole talking about the belief systems of the so-called elites. If you understand their beliefs and you understand their religion, then everything makes sense. It's not good. I'm not saying it's good. It's just that it all makes sense. Now, I've got enough material here where I could do another show, but I'm going to give you the final finale of what I want to show you. Now, what I'm about to show you, I struggled for a long time whether I was even going to show it because it's crude. Some people would consider it R-rated or worse. I don't like to associate this show with anything crude. I try to be very respectful in my speech. I want people, all people from any walk of life, to feel welcome when listening to our program and to get the information they need about this subject, which is the biggest issue we've faced in the history of the world, in my opinion. It's no joke. There's nothing funny about it. I can't tell you how many people I know who have died, and I believe it's a direct or indirect result of the spraying. I know that I almost died from it in 2011. I say it all the time, but for those who haven't heard me before, had a heart attack in 2011. Please go read my story. Go to Global Skywatch, and in the left sidebar you can read my personal story, and I've got an article called My Chemtrail Heart Attack, and it talks about how my only problem with my heart was low potassium, which is induced by high barium. When you're exposed to barium, it lowers your potassium. If your potassium gets low enough, you'll have a heart attack. In fact, barium is used in laboratory animal testing to induce heart attacks. This is a deadly, serious subject. I suffer almost 24 hours a day from the spraying. I smell it, I taste it. I have often had very serious heart problems after my heart attack, and I've had to mitigate that with mineral supplementation and herbs and anti-inflammatory herbal supplementation, which has done a remarkable job at keeping me alive and functional. But it is deadly, and I know so many people who died right after the spraying started in the area that I lived, that there's going to be something big to pay to those people who have done this to those people. The people who do this believe that they're not only right in doing this, but they are justified, that it is their right. These people have a belief system that has been referred to oftentimes among researchers as Luciferianism. That's strange to some new listeners. How could it be? But it's not a joke. And they make it even more confusing because when you first get involved in Satanism, they teach you that there is no such thing as Satan. They just believe in logic and reason. Only when you get to the higher levels do they start exposing the truth to you. Same thing with the Masonic Lodge. You don't learn all the truth at the bottom. You keep graduating through degrees. And when you reach the 33rd degree, you'll only learn the real good stuff if you get invited to the inner circle and move on beyond that. So the information is given to you incrementally, and you will only get the really, really quote-unquote good stuff if you have the right temperament and the right personality to handle it. That is the way that these organizations work. They are recruiting mechanisms, and they profit along the way. And even if you aren't recruited into the inner circle, you have still, by the time you've been indoctrinated through the talks, the speeches, the exercises, and the ceremonies, you'll be indoctrinated into changing your behavior, being more empathetic, being part of the group, receiving business bonuses. You still benefit them on some level. Now, I know that it's hard for a lot of people to believe in secret societies, but yet there's so much evidence now that a large portion of the public now understands that this is deadly real, that we're living in a time like no other, and that chemtrail spraying, i.e. geoengineering, is an offshoot of one of the philosophies that they are believing. And they believe they are entitled to do this. They own and control mainstream media. The centralization of power happens exponentially. If you are a group of people who want to execute a multi-generational conspiracy to take over the world, not my words, their words, then you can do it by taking over small pieces at first, infiltrating, influencing. When you gain a position of power, you hold it and you bring your people in. Then you gain a higher position of power and bring your people in. When you reach the point where you control a nation, then you have the power, influence, and money and resources to more quickly infiltrate other nations. Once you've infiltrated other nations, you gain more power and influence. So the speed of the centralization of power increases almost exponentially. If you controlled the United States, for example, how quickly, with all the power and the resources and the surveillance and the military that you have, could you take out leaders of other countries? You know, if you were if you controlled the government, how quickly you could do something like that, because you would have all those resources to do it and implant your own people. And haven't we seen that? Anybody who knows anything about politics has seen this happen in many countries where the United States has taken out leaders and implanted their own. But why? We are always told they're the new, wonderful, beneficent leaders that have been implanted, that have been taken over, right? That's what we're told. But we learn that this conspiracy has been written about for a long time. We're told in some ancient writings that this was going to happen. And during this time, many other things were going to happen. It's very fascinating to see where the spiritual and the physical meet. To me, that interface is the most fascinating part of this entire subject, because you start seeing that these people are spiritually induced. You start seeing that things that you were never taught about in school were spiritually induced. People like Plato talked about the dark figure that helped him, that educated him, that gave him knowledge. His words, not mine. You hear about even more modern people like Tesla, who said that he couldn't have done what he did without the dark figure that would often hover over his bed or his study and would induce him with the knowledge, gave him technology, taught him things. Not my words, their words. Again, not stuff you see in the textbooks. Go dig and you'll find it. There's a spiritual aspect to this whole subject that opens up a whole new rabbit hole. But it brings you full circle when you understand it, because it all brings the whole picture down to two things. And when you understand those two things, the world begins to make sense. You see everything that's happening as something that has been known for a long time, and it should no longer surprise you. And if you listen to the show 2 weeks ago, it was actually 3 weeks ago, but it was 2 shows ago because we skipped a week, I get into detail about those two sides. They're very real, and these people themselves talk about spiritual induction. David Icke himself talks about having information that he had an experience and had this supernatural information given to him, and he found afterwards that he became interested in things like astrology and other subjects. Let me zoom into this little clip and listen to this. This is David Icke.
It's part of the greater trials. Yes, and it gave me so much, because the enormous ridicule I went through, I mean, it will be over when you feel the right. And I had this tourist bus.
Here you go. Listen to this.
In Peru in February 1991, when I'd gone around the country with this guide, and he booked us into this hotel in a place called Puno, called the Siyustani Hotel. And they called it the Siyustani because it was named after an Inca ruin about an hour and a half's drive away. And pictures of this place were all over the hotel. By the time I looked at the pictures, they were basically saying, go, go, go. You know, you get these urges, go, go. And so I hired this tourist bus. It's all out of season. And me and this Peruvian guide and this tourist driver went off. And I went around this ruin, and it was nice. It was lovely. This really uninhabited area, surrounded by distant mountains, a lagoon and a hill and ruins on top. It was lovely. But when I went back to the bus after about an hour, I thought, it's nice, but this doesn't fit or sync with the urge I had to come. Yeah, Siyustani, there you go. Oh my goodness me. Oh, that's the first time I've seen a picture of that from that angle since I was there. How interesting. I got on the bus to go back, and I'm looking out the window, just daydreaming away as I do all the time. And I saw this mound or this hill to my right, about 3 minutes down the road. And I looked at it, and all I could hear in my mind was, come to me, come to me, come to me, come to me. So I thought, you know, what's happening to me in my life? So I said, you know, can you stop the bus? I'm going up that mound. And I said, I'll be a minute. Well, I was an hour or so. And so I walked up, and when I got to the top, I couldn't see it from the road. There was this circle of standing stones, very, very old standing stone circle. And I stood in the middle of it. And I looked back across to Siyustani and the distant mountains. And my feet started again, only like in the shop, only much more powerfully.
So the same kind of
it's like magnets. It's like a burning feeling. You know, it's not unpleasant, but you can feel it like a magnetic connection of some kind. And then the first thing I heard go through my mind when I'm thinking what's going on was, they will be talking about this 100 years from now. I'm thinking, talking about what? And the next thing was, it will be over when you feel the rain. But in the sky was the Peruvian sun, and not a cloud to be seen anywhere. It will be over when you feel the rain. It's like, all right.
How long do I have to stand here?
And then, yeah, I'll be here a month. And then I felt this like drill going in the top of my head and through my body, and another flow coming the other way. And then my arms went out at 45 degrees like that, without even thinking of doing it. And while I'm like, I mean, my arms are aching now just doing this. Well, they were like that for the best part of an hour. They were agony when it was over, but I didn't feel it during that period. And this energy started coming through me, really, really powerful. My body was shaking in the end. And you know, you go in, when you drive in the car, you lose a few miles because your subconscious has been driving it, because your mind's been somewhere else. I mean, we'll all be dead without the subconscious. Anyway, that was happening to me during this experience. And on one occasion when I came back and sort of realized I was here, I saw a light grey mist over the distant mountains, which became darker. And I realized it's been raining. And over this period, I mean, the whole thing lasted about an hour, just over. So it was very quick once it started. And this rainstorm came out of the mountains towards me. And it was literally like a straight line, like pulling curtains across the sky. And it's coming towards me. The sun was covered eventually, and there's all these billowing clouds like dry ice in the sky. But as it came towards me, it's like a wall of stair-rod rain. By the time it's got close, I'm watching it come towards me. If you made this up, put it in a movie with special effects, they'd go, oh yeah, all right. But it happened. And so eventually the rain hit me. And by the time it did, my body's like I'm plugged into an electric socket. And then when the rain hit me, it all stopped. And I staggered forward because my legs were gone. My shoulders were agony. And from that moment, something massively shifted in me. Because for the next 3 months, I didn't know what my name was, let alone what planet I was on. And when I look back, and I went on primetime television doing this, right, in that state, and I attracted fantastic ridicule. But what I, with hindsight, when I look back, what happened is that, if you like, a bubble burst and allowed something else in, and I was being deluged with insights and concepts and thoughts and realities. And I've described it as like when you press too many keys on a computer and the computer says, I can't handle all that information, I'm freezing, all right, I'm out of here. Well, for 3 months I was like that. And then after 3 months, everything morphed back. The computer unfroze, if you like.
So that was sort of like that period of integration
Yeah.
that you needed. And you ended up going out in front of the media before you'd had a chance to digest and integrate all this energy that was
that was fun. Actually, that was fun. That was, when I think about it. But
it's part of the road of trials, and that
yes, and it gave me so much, because the enormous ridicule I went through. I mean, I couldn't walk down any street in Britain in the early 90s without being laughed at by people in large numbers. Like going into a bar or a public place, forget it. And what that did for me was clear me out of the prison that most people live in, which is the fear of what other people think. Because not just in my case, I'm not some special person. I'm going through the journey, a lot of it in the public eye, but I'm going through a journey that everybody else can go through, and many more and more are going through, and indeed unconsciously go through anyway.
I'm going through a journey that I have gone through, that many others are going through, and that everybody can go through if they want to, essentially. Well, how interesting is that? He is having, for 3 months, he was in a state of mind. He had all this information coming at him. And he went on national television like that, in that state. Now, have you ever seen what he actually did and said when he was on national television? Do we know what that is? Have you seen that video? What did he say when he was on national television? He had some kind of profound experience. And again, like I say, when the spiritual meets the physical, it's a fascinating thing to me. But you've got to be aware, because there is good and there is evil. And the key is knowing how to tell the difference.
Let me get the story right. The press came.
All right, let me give this to you to take a look at real quick. This is him during that 3-month period that he was in that state that he said. This is where he was. Listen to what he said.
That you claim to be the Son of God. Mm-hmm. Is that true?
Yes, so the thing is that it's quite funny, really. 2,000 years ago, had a guy called Jesus sat here and said these same things, you would still be laughing. It's really, really funny that we've not really moved on that much. The negativity, the thoughts that I'm talking about that are very destructive, are pouring out of this planet every day.
Was it a great shock for you to discover this at 38?
Well, I think the word is gobsmacked. But again, the best way of removing negativity is to laugh and be joyous. So I'm delighted that there's so much laughter in the audience tonight. But just let me say this:
they're laughing at you. They're not laughing with you.
All right. This is during that 3-month time. He claimed to be the Son of God. When the guy asked the question, he said, yeah. Interesting. You have to know what type of spirit you're dealing with. How do you know? When you have AC/DC, who mentions that they have a 4th member of the band who's in the room, a dark figure that gives them inspiration, helps them write their songs, and actually writes some of their songs. The guitar player says that when I get on stage, I'm completely taken over. It's not me playing the guitar. Not my words, his words. You have what Plato said. You have even Tesla, who said about his technology. You have many rappers who've actually come out and talk about the Rain Man. The Rain Man is that demon. It's that entity that gives them inspiration and power that helps them write their songs. You can go on YouTube and see videos of one of the rappers who believes he becomes possessed or taken over by an entity, and while he's mixing down his music, he's spitting out numbers. He just says numbers. He's saying numbers, kind of like you might see the Rain Man, the Tom Cruise movie that you saw. And this goes on and on. I'm going to give you one more example before the finale. This is replete. This spiritual interface, this where people are receiving knowledge and their interests change. Some people claim to be the Son of God, like David Icke did, after these weird experiences. What is going on? Listen to this.
Get your ass in there and save
What do you know? We have exactly.
One thing I'm going to say is warning: if you're offended by a language, please shut off the channel now, because we're going to be listening to stuff that has some language in it. So please be aware. For those with ears that are sensitive to such, please listen to this. This is rocker Sammy Hagar, who was the lead singer for Van Halen for a while. He was with, I believe, a band called Montrose before that. He's written many, many famous songs. Very successful, very good guitar player, excellent singer. But where did all that come from? Listen to this.
10 minutes left.
Go ahead.
But were you abducted by aliens when you were 18?
Yes, sir, I was.
No, for real?
Yes, sir, I was.
And stuff was downloaded into your head?
It was downloaded back then. This was about 1967.
See, this is where you get weird.
All right, now it discredits
gotta be
everything
careful
you
with
said
this
I was
stuff.
thinking maybe we could hang out.
You've got to
Now
be
you're in
careful,
Eddie Van
Howard.
Halen land.
You've got to be careful, because people,
Be
if you
serious
say
about
something that they think you're crazy,
Right.
it'll take all your credibility away.
Yeah.
But I can't deny this.
You were
okay?
doing so fucking good, but tell me what
I
happened.
can't believe anything.
So I'm in bed, and all of a sudden, I see in my head. This is before wireless. This is before any kind of remote stuff. It was before computers, that we knew.
How old are you at this point?
About 20.
All right.
So whatever year that was.
What had you done that night?
Nothing. I didn't drink or anything
Really?
back then.
Okay,
I didn't start drinking until I was like 30.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's
So what happened?
So I'm laying in bed. I feel it, like I'm dreaming that there's these little alien, two guys sitting in a ship up on the hill behind us about 11 miles away. And there's like this, I could see they had something plugged into me. I mean, a wireless thing. I didn't know what to call it, right? Wireless remote
What did
system.
these guys look like?
They were just kind of non-forms. They were just kind of blobs. You know what I mean? Kind of like the way a lot of aliens, when you see pictures of them. I never even thought about this.
When you say aliens, in other words, you're not talking about like in Mexico, Mexicans, illegals, it's space aliens.
No, not those. Yeah, those other guys.
Right.
And so the guys they came. I mean, they said, "Oh, he's waking up." They didn't say shit, but you know what I mean. It's all mental telepathy.
Right.
Oh, he's waking up, and I felt I was plugged into. Now I don't know if they were downloading into me now that I know about computers, or if they were uploading out of my head into seeing what I knew. Like an experiment. And they go, "Oh, he's waking up. We got to end it." They hollered out some weird numerical code. I mean, like it would not have our numerical system. Like 9/11, 15. And I went, whoop, thing was up, and I woke up. My room was white. I couldn't see anything, and it just went pow, black, and I laid there shaking so bad. I mean, it was just really real.
And it couldn't have been a dream.
And it changed my life. How about that?
How did it change your life?
It changed my life. That now I was interested in aliens. Now I was looking up in the sky, wondering about shit. All of a sudden, become interested in astrology.
Oh, wait a second.
Now listen how it influences him. He has this experience, and all of a sudden it changes his life. All these things happen. He's not even allowed to finish answering all the things that had changed in his life. But one thing, he becomes interested in astrology.
Second.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
you
I
think?
had never even knew
I
what
saw
first
you
sign
on
I
an
was.
episode of Ghost Stories as well.
That all happened later.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But why is this
My
all
dad
happening
was
to
still
you?
alive when this happened.
Your dad was alive when you had the alien invasion.
Yeah.
But then when your father died, he came knocking on your door.
Yes, sir, he did. See, here we
See
go,
what I
Howard. I
mean?
knew we got him now.
See what's
Howard,
happening here?
he claims he's not interested. He doesn't believe, but see,
Let's get back to those blowjobs
wants
under the
to know.
stage. Never mind this nonsense.
Wait a minute, he saw what?
Yes, sir. My
He
dad.
saw his dad's ghost.
I was sleeping on a floor. I had a one-room apartment. with a kitchen and, you know, small kitchenette. My son was sleeping on a little tiny mattress. He was 2 or 3 years old, Aaron, my oldest son, and he was in a little mattress underneath the table. And I had a mattress on the floor that my wife and I were sleeping. We were freshly married, had a band. We're sleeping on the manager's floor next door, and no telephone. I'm laying there. I dream, and I'm who I am. I'm in that house. Everything's exactly like it sounds. And somebody knocks on my door. I get up in the middle of the night. I open it up. It's my dad. He's like same age as me. He's 20, 21, whatever I was. And he goes, and he's saying, "Great day for the Irish son," which is what he always said when he was drunk. He was all happy, and I said, "Don't ever come here drunk like this in front of my little boy here. You're going to scare him. You know, you son of a bitch. Get the hell out of here." Slam the door on him, right? Right. I went back to bed, told my wife, this is my dream, I guess. I said, "Wow, this is my dad, you know. Pissed me off, you know." So I lay back down, pull the covers up, tell her that, knock, knock, knock. Motherfucker, get up, answer the door. It's our manager who had my band sleep on his floor. He had a telephone. He goes, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. He goes, your sister's on the phone. I go over, Dad died. Brother, come on now.
Look at you.
Come on, look at me. Fuck, you should see my balls.
Okay, I told you it was going to be a little crude, but I want to share that with you because here we have people throughout history who have received knowledge, inspiration, technology, and there are many writings. I'm just scratching the surface. Musicians, politicians, scientists, philosophers. It goes on and on. This is where we go down the rabbit hole. We're only going to touch it. We're almost done because now I'm going to give you one little clip that I want to tie in with something we saw earlier. We're going to come back to the spiritual aspect of this in just a minute, but I want you to hear how editing makes all the difference in the world. Listen to this clip. This is how the presidential campaign of Clinton was saved by the producers of 60 Minutes by the way it was edited. Listen to this clip. We're jumping out of context just a little bit, but I want you to keep all this stuff in mind. Listen to this.
Go back to 60 Minutes when Bill and Hillary were loving kisses. They stood up and lied. Bill said that he'd never been to her apartment, that he had only called her once from the kitchen and from his office. That's an absolute lie, and these tapes proved it.
The 60 Minutes interview had been designed specifically to save Clinton's campaign, not necessarily to get to the truth.
And they came to us because they were in big trouble in New Hampshire. They were about to lose right there, and they needed some first aid. They needed some bandaging. What they needed was a paramedic. So they came to us, and we did it, and that's what they wanted to do. When I told Tim Russert that I was persona non grata at the White House, he said, "Why?" I said, "The Jennifer Flowers interview." He said, "You got him the nomination." I said, "I know that." As far as I know from the conversations I've had, Bernie Nussbaum knew that, Gergen knows that, Lloyd Cutler certainly knows it because Lloyd had a hand in his coming on there that night. You know, it was strong medicine, the way I edited it. He was a very sick candidate. He needed very strong medicine. And I'm not in the business of doctoring candidates, but he got up out of a sickbed that night and walked to the nomination. And as I said to Mandy, you know, if I'd edited it your way, you know where you'd be today? You'd still be up in New Hampshire looking for the nomination. He became the candidate that night.
When the Jennifer...
That's Don Hewitt from 60 Minutes, who's exposing how he saved the Clinton candidacy by the way he edited the 60-minute interview. And when he uses the name Mandy, he's talking about Hillary. That's a clip taken from a video called The Clinton Chronicles. I highly recommend you find it on YouTube and watch it. But I wanted to diverge a little bit to that to talk about how editing is really important. Now let's jump back to the spiritual aspect of things because we're going to tie this up right now. This is the end. Joe Rogan did a hit piece on chemtrails, the largest crime against humanity in human history. Many of these people who are rappers, who are musicians, who are politicians, philosophers, scientists, throughout history talk about the spiritual influence. The musicians from AC/DC, the dark figure that writes the songs. This is replete. You can go on YouTube and watch videos about this subject, and it's absolutely amazing. And this last series of clips, I'm going to play, I think, 3 clips from a single video for you right now, and that's going to be the end of this broadcast, from Joe Rogan. And these clips are public clips. They're clips from his broadcasts, so they're nothing private. It's not anything he's ashamed of. But these clips are so crude that many people are going to be offended. So if you have delicate ears, please turn this broadcast off now. It's not for you. But I'm going to show this. This is freely available on YouTube, by the way. But I'm going to include this because I want you to understand the spiritual side of these broadcasts. When you see people like Joe Rogan and he smiles and he acts like he's trying to get to the bottom of things, he's trying to get to the truth, he comes across as having empathy and caring for people, I want you to understand that there's an old proverb that says, he who is faithful in the small things will be faithful in the big things. In other words, your character will come through no matter what you're doing. If you're corrupt, you will be corrupt in both small things and big things. And if you're faithful, you will be faithful in small things and big things. Your character will be consistent regardless of the size of the affairs you're handling, because it's your character. And a lot of times power will reveal the character of somebody. But the thing is that many of these people who have had these influences, have these spiritual experiences, were under the influence of drugs. And drugs can make you susceptible. They can weaken your resolve and your resistance. They can make you vulnerable in those kinds of situations. And I think it's important to show this clip this series of clips I'm about to show, because just like those actors that would go behind the curtain and cuss and swear and be mean to people, and they would come out in front of the curtain and be all nice, whenever you're listening to somebody, whenever you're gathering information, the credibility of your information needs to be weighed on its own, not by the person who's doing it, unless that character is of a corrupt nature in some way. If that character does not have integrity, does not value truth, then how can you expect them to be honest? So you have to look at the person you're listening to, and then you have to look at the information they're talking about, and you have to be critical and careful of both. So here it goes. If you have a gentle ear, please don't listen to this next segment. Go ahead and shut this down. But this information, I believe, kind of reveals the personality. When Joe is not on the SyFy channel, when he's on his own show, it gives you another glimpse of who we're really dealing with here. And it also demonstrates his extensive drug use, which I think is also another factor that needs to be considered, considering the fact that he also has some very interesting spiritual views that are in line perfectly with he's promoting the spiritual views that are the same ones being promoted by the New World Order. They have a specific religion that they want you to embrace. And 2 shows ago, I talked to you about this. Helena Petrova-Blavatsky and Annie Besant have codified those beliefs. They even wrote a book and wrote information about what's called the externalization of the hierarchy that they would be teaching during this time over the next century after they lived, that they would expose all of this information to the public and try to get the public to believe in it. And it's happening now. It's in your Saturday morning cartoons. It's on your shows. These concepts are written into your sitcoms. They're written into your television shows. They're even in commercials. They're in music. The world is being inundated right now with the mystery school's religion. These beliefs are the New World Order beliefs. It's the New World Order religion. It's the one that's promoted by David Icke. And so you have to know about what's going on. I recommend you listen to William Cooper to learn about this stuff. Find his recordings online and listen carefully to the warnings so you're not sucked in to the New World Order while you think you're rejecting it, because that's what they do. There's many different levels. They will create a smorgasbord of belief systems, and any one of them all lead you to the same place. They all have the same core, and you have to be aware of them. So if you have gentle ears, please do not listen to this. This is very crude material, but this is public material that has been published by Joe Rogan himself. I want this to be known and seen because I believe that Joe has no problem with it because he broadcasts all this stuff. So here's the other side of Joe, this man who looks like he's searching for truth, but his religion and his belief system is actually perfectly in line with the New World Order. It is the Luciferian belief system called the Mystery Schools. And here is the information you need to understand that.
We're seizing control of the media. We have scientists working for us. We have people in every field, intelligent, competent, ambitious people who have no guilt, who have no shame, and who have removed the filthiness of the Judeo-Christian ethic from their entire lifestyle.
The Joe Rogan Experience podcast is brought to you by the Fleshlight, the best thing that you could fuck outside of a real human being. Feels way better when you fuck a plastic vagina. And that's what we're saying. The Fleshlight is an awesome product.
Wicked good, yeah.
It's very good. It's good for extracting loads from your body.
Right.
And if you enter in the code name Rogan, you will get a discount on this. Or we're also
attached your name to blowing loads.
I have. Plug to the Fleshlight. If you're not using something like the Fleshlight, if you're not jerking off, if you're not constantly draining your balls, you will get distorted.
You'll get in trouble.
You'll get in trouble.
You'll get in fucking trouble.
This will save marriages, and it will save relationships.
You knew your thing was
get your man a Fleshlight.
Anybody who wants your money, they're your enemy.
When you get into a secret society of spirit worshippers,
that some call the Illuminati, it's important to understand that the key thing of the conspiracy is that it's done in secret.
I think the drugs are the aliens. I think when you take those drugs, you contact aliens. And I'm not bullshitting. No. If you take DMT, bro, I think you're contacting aliens. I really fucking do. When you smoke DMT and you've communicated in another dimension with beings that are made out of love and understanding, and they're super knowledgeable, they know everything about life and everything about you.
You take this shit and literally you are transported into another fucking dimension. I don't mean like you feel like you're in another dimension. I mean like you're in another dimension. You're in another dimension where there's no furniture, bro. There's fucking complex geometric patterns moving in synchronous order through the air all around you in three-dimensional space. And it's like they're arteries, except there's not blood pumping through them. There's fucking lights, pulsating lights with no boundaries, and you can't really understand it.
I felt raped mentally, but in the best way ever when I came back to that. Like someone just saw through me and sees me for this really insignificant like style of creature. You know, really like mundane and really easy to solve and figure out. Like it just exposed me and exposed me to infinite wisdom that was impossible to grasp, but it did it all in some sort of language. I think that is the alien. And then you drink this shit and go on a ride with flying serpents that fucking twist around you, and they're all made out of light.
And there's an alien communicating with me. There's a dude who looks like sort of like a Thai Buddha, except he's made entirely of energy, and there's no like outline to him. He's just one thing, and he's concentrating on it, and he's trying to tell me not to give in to astonishment. Just relax and try to experience this. And I'm like, you gotta be fucking shitting me. Because it's just insane. Because there's like a beat of and there's all these fucking complex patterns moving around. And this guy's looking at me in the eye, and I am fucking freaking out.
You know, when they teach you about the spirit world and your ancestors and that everyone's around you all the time, always and forever. They just move in and out of different frequencies.
It may be that you have lived this exact life before and you will live it over and over again until you get it right. And the idea that this could go on into infinity, you know, and that might be what life really is.
Everyone's around you all the time, always and forever. They just move in and out of different frequencies. That's the alien. That's the alien. That's the alien. That's the alien.
It's called dimethyltryptamine. It's produced by your pineal gland. It's actually a gland that's in the center of your brain. The pineal gland that produces it literally is your third eye. In reptiles, it actually has a retina, a cornea, and a lens. It's the craziest drug ever. It's the most potent psychedelic known to man. And your brain produces it every night as you sleep. You know, when you sleep during the time you're in heavy REM sleep and right before human death, your brain pumps out heavy doses of dimethyltryptamine. Nobody knows what sleep is all about.
That's a great commercial. How do we get this,
Well, here's
Joe?
the crazy thing. Here's the crazy thing about it. It's a human neurotransmitter. It exists in every single one of us, and yet it's one of the most illegal substances in the world. It's more illegal than heroin. It's just as illegal as it is the most illegal substance you could possibly get. Before human death, your brain pumps out heavy doses of dimethyltryptamine. Before human death, your brain pumps out heavy doses of dimethyltryptamine. It's one of the most illegal substances in the world. It's more illegal than heroin. It's just as illegal as it is the most illegal substance you could possibly get.
When someone is being sacrificed, the person is terrified and adrenaline is pumped into their body. When you drink that blood, you get the high, adrenaline high that that person was in. And you, after a while, become addicted to that adrenaline high. If you time things just perfectly right, as the person is being sacrificed, you can stick a needle here at the base of the skull, and if you know what you're doing and the timing is correct, you can extract adrenochrome, which is a very valuable drug, natural drug, on the Illuminati's black market. This is why you will see that the establishment news media said that the reason why Al Gore carried blood in a suitcase was that he was a hemophiliac. But the truth of the matter is that he's become addicted to blood. And this is why you will see these top Illuminati men addicted to blood.
You should all smoke DMT and join my cult, motherfucker.
I'm in. Dude, after the tirade, I'm in, man.
Everybody in their life, if you live, you know, and you haven't had a heavy psychedelic experience and you haven't gone in an isolation tank, you've missed out. You've missed out on a huge chunk of what life really is. Life is a massive fucking mystery. And there's only a few different ways to really crack below the surface of that mystery. And the best way is psychedelics. And the heavier the psychedelic, the better. And guess what? No one's dying from psychedelics. All our thoughts on psychedelics are all based on bullshit propaganda that we heard about people, you know, going crazy or losing their minds on it. You're not going to go crazy. You're going to go fucking sane. All right? All that stuff is going to remove your ego, and it's going to explain to you what the world is really all about and cut all the surface areas of...
What is the world really about?
We're bacteria.
Just LSD and...
I'm going to skip some part of this video because he gets into Bible bashing, where he bashes the Bible, but he has no idea what he's talking about because he says things that are nonsensical that I hear a lot of people say, and I'll save that for another show perhaps in the future. But just to keep us a little bit in context, I'm going to skip forward to the relevant parts.
During her Manson years, Susan Atkins...
This part is being, this was someone who knew Manson, and this is talking about the effects of these types of drugs on you and how they're lasting, how they change your personality, and they're hard to get out of your system.
Acid at least 300 times.
You have to understand what acid does to the mind in order to understand how a person can get confused behind drugs. And I would take a thesis, writing a book on what LSD can do with the mind. But
it was powerful enough to keep you in a fog for all those years, even after you stopped using.
I used to think that you came down off an acid trip after 12 hours. That's not true. Okay? When you take acid, your mind expands beyond these moral characteristics. You think you're coming back to where you started from. Originally, you don't. And every time you drop acid, you get a little bit further away from reality. And I took so much acid that I just was what I would term spaced.
But what I am saying is that after smoking DMT 7 times and doing mushrooms all the times I've done and all the times in the isolation tank, I've seen shit way crazier than a dude with a harp in the clouds, okay? And I've seen it many, many, many times.
And it took me many years to what I term now re-enter. And that was just through not having any acid and having to deal with reality every day. You take away a person's conscience of right and wrong by telling them when they're under LSD or any mind-expanding drug, there's no such thing as guilt. And you've already come to a place in your mind or your imagination where you don't like the feeling of guilt, so it's easy to say, yeah, there's no such thing as guilt. I'll believe there's no such thing as guilt, therefore I can do anything and not feel guilty about it.
There was a fucking talking snake? Like, come on, man. The devil appeared as a talking snake. But what I am saying is that after smoking DMT 7 times and doing mushrooms all the times I've done and all the times in the isolation tank, I've seen shit way crazier than a dude with a harp in the clouds, okay? And I've seen it many, many, many times. A fucking talking snake? Like, come on, man. The devil appeared as a talking snake.
The reason people scoff at the Bible is because of their lifestyle. They don't want there to be a God because God interferes with their lifestyle. And that's the reason people choose the philosophy, and they scoff at the Bible because of their lusts.
We have potential to rise above that. And that's what yoga is all about. And that's what meditation is all about. And isolation tanks and people who are psychedelic enthusiasts. What that's all about is this human understanding, the idea of human enlightenment to something higher and more evolved. And I think that potential is the only good thing that human beings have. If we just had a pill, I mean, maybe that's what the next stage of evolution really is all about. Maybe it's an evolution pill. You know, maybe, some people take the evolution vaccine and some people won't. And they'll shoot your arm with some shit that lasts like 6 months. And it's some vaccination against stupidity, some vaccination against nonsense, against a lack of understanding and appreciation of the fact that we're here in this temporary situation as one gigantic hive, one superorganism, and that the more love you spread out, the more positive energy you spread out, the more you get back. You know, the more it comes back to affect you, and it goes out in ripples because the people that you affect, they affect other people as well. And the more positive you spread out, like, literally, you can change your world. You can change the world of the people that you come in contact with. I said, that may be what God really is. What God might be is everything.
You have to realize that the New World Order religion is essentially many different things, but at the core, it's presented as pantheism, that God is everything, that you are God, that you become God, that we are spiritually evolving. This is the Luciferian Mystery School's religion that's promoted by David Icke, it's promoted by Michael Sarian, it's promoted by many of the conspiratorial leaders today. It is pushed by the New World Order. It is what they want you to believe because their utopia, their socialistic utopia that they're offering you, the one that Peter Joseph is offering you, the one that the Venus Project is offering you, is all based on socialistic Luciferian philosophies. And until you realize that, you'll be sucked in, you'll believe things that will deceive you. The most important thing that we all need to remember is that if you're going to look for truth, you've got to engage your left brain because you have to be able to critically look at the information you're talking about. Don't accept information just because it comes from someone you think you can trust. You have to look behind the curtain and see the character and the nature of the person that is saying it. And even more, you need to look at the credibility of the information itself. I share this information with you because I'm a fellow sufferer from chemtrails / geoengineering. I am tired of the suffering, and I've connected the dots, and I know that the ultimate bottom line, the ultimate cause of geoengineering is a religion that teaches people that you can do whatever you want to do. Might makes right, that your will is the whole of the law, whatever you wish to do. There is no law besides that. It's all about your pleasure, and it's very appealing. It appeals to your pride. It tells you you're powerful and you're infinite. And there's nothing wrong with building people up unless you're taking them away from the truth while leading them down the death hole. Teaching your children that these plumes in the sky that I smell and taste, along with many others, are perfectly safe water vapor. These people are all participating in the same deception. They are talking about different elements of it. David Icke deals with the spiritual and the historical elements of it. Michael Sarian deals with different elements of it. Other teachers like Manly P. Hall deal with different elements of it. Annie Besant, Albert Pike, Helena Blavatsky, all of these people promote the Luciferian religion, which empowers these people. And had we been holding their feet to the fire, had we been watching our government rather than being involved in our own lives, which there's nothing wrong with that, but we cannot neglect our responsibilities. But had we been doing what we should have been doing, perhaps all of this pain and suffering and death could have been avoided. Nevertheless, we are where we are today, and I present all this information to you to help you overcome these difficulties that we face today, and to help lead you to the truth so that you can understand the source of these problems. And when you come to the truth and you see the big picture, it all makes sense, and it empowers you to protect yourself and your family against the lies and the deception that completely fill the world today. Things are going to happen shortly in your lifetime that people have never seen before, that you could never have imagined. The elites are making their move. The laws are in place. The executive orders have been written. The equipment has been positioned. And we are on the edge of fundamental change. I want everybody to be prepared, protect your families and your friends, wake people up, do everything you can to become aware and to gain an understanding of what is really going on in the world. You should listen to William Cooper, listen to everything he broadcasts. He uncovered more truth than anyone that I personally know, and he read right from the literature of the Luciferians so that you could understand why they do what they do. And the reason that helps you is because when you know the tactics of your opponent, then you can defend yourself against them. So learn what William Cooper had to expose to you. Please be vigilant in this fight. Stop the suffering, because people are dying every day, I believe, from the direct or indirect effects of this chemical assault that we're under. And believe me, if everybody could smell and taste what I did, what I do right now, this never would have lasted 3 months. People would never have tolerated this. I wish you all the best. Thank you for joining me tonight. Thank you for listening to this hard, difficult information. Thank you for being strong enough men and women to face truth. You have courage. You have strong wills. And I hope that we can all work together to bring an end to this epic crime against humanity before it brings an end to us. Good night, and please join us when we have our next meeting. And take care of yourselves and each other, please. Have a good night.